In the shadowed laboratories and secret bunkers of World War II, a race against time unfolded, one that would reshape the very nature of warfare and alter the fate of nations forever. This is the story of the Manhattan Project, the top secret endeavor that sought to harness the unimaginable power of the atom. As the world teetered on the edge of destruction, brilliant scientists, military strategists, and engineers from across the globe were pulled into a web of secrecy, urgency, and moral conflict. Hidden from the eyes of governments, enemies, and even allies, they worked under extreme pressure, racing to unlock the energy contained within the smallest particles of matter. From the deserts of New Mexico to the research hubs of Oak Ridge and Los Alamos, every breakthrough came with a shadow of consequence, every experiment a reminder of the catastrophic potential they were unleashing. Behind the walls of these facilities, theories became bombs, calculations became blueprints, and the impossible began to take form. With spies, security protocols, and whispered rumors swirling around every corridor, the project was as much a battle of secrecy as it was of science. As the months turned into years, the Allies faced mounting pressure. The war in Europe was reaching its climax, and across the Pacific, Japanese forces showed no sign of surrender. Military leaders weighed strategies that could end the war swiftly, but at an unimaginable human cost. Every decision, every test was guided by both desperation and the hope of saving countless lives by shortening the war, yet none could fully grasp the scale of the power they were about to unleash. In this documentary, we will journey through every hidden lab, every experimental reactor, and every classified meeting that shaped the Manhattan Project. We will explore the minds of scientists like Robert Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, and Richard Feynman, tracing the ethical dilemmas and personal sacrifices that haunted them. We will uncover the classified intelligence, the high-stakes politics, and the relentless drive that transformed the world forever. And as the atomic bomb emerged from secrecy into history, we will witness how a single invention reshaped the global balance of power, ushering in an era of awe, fear, and irreversible change. Settle in, close your eyes, and drift through the hidden corridors of history. Let the calm, meticulous narration guide you through the creation of the world's most devastating weapon, a story of genius, secrecy, and the moral complexities of human ambition in the darkest days of World War II. As we drift through the secrets of the Manhattan Project, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from tonight, and what time is it where you are? Drop it in the comments, and let's see how far across the world we're all listening together. The dawn of the 20th century brought unprecedented advancements in science, but by the 1930s, the discovery of nuclear fission sent shockwaves through the world's scientific community. In December 1938, German chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann observed the splitting of uranium nuclei, a phenomenon explained by Lise Meitner and Otto Frisch as nuclear fission. The implications were terrifying and exhilarating. The immense energy trapped within atoms could be harnessed to produce weapons far deadlier than any artillery or explosives previously conceived. Meanwhile, the rise of Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime cast a long and ominous shadow over Europe, as scientists fled persecution and Jewish physicists sought refuge from discrimination and extermination. Among those escaping was Albert Einstein's close friend Leo Szilard, who warned that Germany's scientific prowess, combined with its militaristic ambitions, could result in catastrophic outcomes if nuclear research fell into Nazi hands. The world's greatest minds suddenly found themselves racing against time, torn between scientific curiosity and moral obligation. Conferences in Europe and America grew tense, as nuclear secrets became guarded like state secrets, with fear of espionage and sabotage looming large. News reports of Germany's militarization and conquest of neighboring states heightened the urgency among Allied powers, accelerating efforts to coordinate atomic research. Governments began allocating unprecedented resources toward nuclear science, forging alliances between military officials and academic institutions. What had once been theoretical speculation now became a grim race for dominance, driven by desperation and the looming spectre of global annihilation. By 1939, fissile material research had already begun in earnest, but progress was slow, and scientists grappled with fundamental questions about chain reactions and critical mass. Szilard, Eugene Winger, and Edward Teller, working with refugee scientists from Europe, drafted letters to the US president warning of the deadly possibilities if Nazi Germany were to develop an atomic bomb first. The most famous of these was the Einstein-Szilard letter, delivered to President Franklin D. Roosevelt in October 1939, in which they outlined the enormous destructive potential of uranium and recommended that the United States begin stockpiling uranium and investing in nuclear research. Roosevelt's initial reaction was cautious, but the appointment of advisory committees and funding for atomic projects soon followed, marking the beginning of government-backed nuclear science. Simultaneously, British researchers aware of the threat collaborated with American counterparts, forming what would become known as the Maud Committee, which confirmed that a bomb could indeed be constructed within the foreseeable future. This alliance of intellect and military planning laid the groundwork for what would eventually become the Manhattan Project, though at the time its scale and scope remained uncertain to most involved. Laboratories were set up in secrecy, experiments ran around the clock, and researchers lived with the knowledge that their work could alter the course of history forever. Yet tensions mounted as reports of Germany's scientific advancements trickled in, prompting fears that Hitler's scientists might already be closer to victory. The stakes could not have been higher. Science, once a pursuit of knowledge, was being weaponized in the shadow of fascism and mass violence. Every calculation, every experiment, every breakthrough seemed to carry the weight of humanity's survival. As Germany's occupation of Europe intensified, refugee scientists poured into Britain and the United States, bringing with them expertise, desperation, and harrowing tales of persecution. Many had fled universities, stripped of Jewish faculty and students, laboratories dismantled, and research facilities commandeered for military use. These émigré scientists became invaluable assets, but their arrival also underscored the terrifying proximity of scientific advancements to Nazi aggression. The British government, recognizing the strategic importance of nuclear research, established clandestine programs, sharing intelligence with American allies under strict secrecy. Scientific journals were quietly redacted, and collaborative projects were monitored by military officers tasked with preventing leaks. Meanwhile, German nuclear research, though hampered by resource shortages and bureaucratic delays, still advanced steadily, with figures like Werner Heisenberg contributing to reactor designs and theoretical models. Reports of Germany's pursuit of heavy water production at the Vemork plant in Norway added urgency to Allied counterintelligence efforts and covert sabotage missions. The fear that Germany could weaponize atomic technology by the early 1940s became a nightmare scenario that haunted policymakers and scientists alike. The race was not merely about technological achievement, it was a battle for the moral right to defend humanity from tyranny and genocide. Scientists like Szilard wrestled with the knowledge that their work, while potentially saving lives, could also unleash horrors unimaginable. The entry of the United States into World War II in December 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, provided the final push to scale up nuclear research at a breathtaking pace. Roosevelt's administration formed the Advisory Committee on Uranium, which later evolved into a full-fledged military program with billions of dollars in funding. The War Department saw the atomic bomb as a potential trump card, a way to end the war swiftly, cripple the Axis powers, and secure America's role as the world's preeminent superpower. American universities, research labs, and industrial plants were transformed into weapons factories, their scientists working in near-constant shifts under tight deadlines and military oversight. Civilian researchers were compartmentalized into isolated teams, with information shared only on a need-to-know basis, a practice that mirrored espionage thrillers more than academic inquiry. The Manhattan Engineer District, headquartered in Washington, oversaw sprawling facilities across the nation, from Oak Ridge's uranium plants to Hanford's plutonium reactors, each site humming with activity and guarded by military police. Scientists debated endlessly over reactor design, neutron moderation, and isotope separation methods, balancing theoretical calculations with practical engineering challenges. Every day brought new data, setbacks, breakthroughs, and the sobering realization that their work could decide the fate of millions. Enthusiasm and dread existed side by side, a race fueled by patriotism, fear, and the recognition that atomic energy, once harnessed, could not be undone. The world's most brilliant minds were united not by curiosity, but by a shared heavy responsibility. In Britain, the Tube Alloys project paralleled the Manhattan Project, its scientists working to refine nuclear technology and contribute to the Anglo-American war effort. Though initially lacking in resources, British physicists like James Chadwick and Mark Oliphant made significant progress in reactor design and isotope separation techniques. Intelligent searing arrangements between Britain and the United States strengthened as both nations realized that nuclear weapons development could be decisive in the war's outcome. The scientific exchange was conducted with strict security protocols, often involving compartmentalized research, covert transport of materials, and discrete communication channels. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, though allied with Britain and the United States, remained suspicious and vigilant, conducting its own investigations into atomic possibilities through espionage networks. It became evident that nuclear science was not just a race against Germany, but a struggle between major powers vying for control of the future order. Laboratories conducted experiments deep into the night, with scientists barely sleeping, weighed down by the gravity of their discoveries and the looming presence of death camps across Europe. Ethical questions haunted the corridors of power. How far could science go before it became monstrous? Some researchers, like Leo Szilard, voiced concerns about weaponizing atomic energy, fearing that once unleashed, it could spiral beyond human control. Yet most pressed on, believing that delay could spell doom for millions under fascist oppression. The race was now irreversible. Science, secrecy, and military necessity had merged into one unstoppable force. The tragic events in Europe served as grim reminders of what was at stake. Reports of mass executions, concentration camps, and systematic extermination underscored the urgency of defeating the Axis powers. Scientists who had personally witnessed Nazi atrocities felt the weight of responsibility to act swiftly and decisively. Conferences convened to evaluate the progress of nuclear research were often somber affairs, with blackboards filled with equations for energy yield calculations, reactor efficiency, and critical mass requirements. The atmosphere in these rooms oscillated between scientific excitement and deep despair at the human cost of war. Security concerns escalated as suspicions of infiltration and sabotage threatened the integrity of the research programs. Access to nuclear facilities was heavily restricted, and workers underwent extensive background checks and loyalty investigations. Many scientists maintained dual roles, researchers by day and military assets by night, their lives consumed by the secrecy of the mission. Stories circulated of colleagues who mysteriously disappeared or were reassigned under suspicious circumstances. The looming threat of German scientific breakthroughs acted as a catalyst, propelling Allied research into overdrive, despite the immense psychological and ethical burdens. Meanwhile, the Japanese and Axis powers, though less advanced in nuclear research, continued their own military pursuits, adding another layer of fear and uncertainty. News of Germany's alliances and the possibility of scientific collaboration between Axis states only heightened the sense of urgency among Allied planners. Intelligence reports suggested that German physicists, supported by state funds and military directives, were experimenting with reactors and uranium enrichment, though their progress remained uncertain. Allied leaders feared that any delay could allow the Axis to deploy atomic weapons or, at the very least, develop devastating radiological sabotage capabilities. This paranoia fed into government strategies, leading to expanded surveillance, counterintelligence operations, and the reinforcement of security protocols across research sites. The fear was no longer abstract. It was a palpable, looming threat that permeated every decision made by scientists and military officials alike. Conferences among heads of state and scientific advisory panels increasingly focused on contingency plans in the event of an Axis breakthrough. The Manhattan Project, once a fledgling scientific endeavor, had now become a full-scale wartime enterprise, a race not merely for technology, but for the survival of civilization itself. The countdown toward atomic supremacy had begun in earnest. As the war progressed, hope and despair alternated with each new discovery and setback. Laboratories transformed into war rooms where calculations were cross-checked and models refined, with scientists racing to outpace the grim possibility of Nazi dominance. Political leaders recognized that victory was no longer just a matter of strategy, but one of scientific supremacy, industrial capacity, and moral conviction. Some viewed the atomic bomb as a necessary evil, a tool to end the war quickly and save lives in the long run, while others feared that it would unleash horrors beyond comprehension. Amid this turmoil, the collaboration between nations deepened, forging bonds between scientists from different cultures, backgrounds, and personal histories. These alliances, fragile but vital, set the foundation for unprecedented scientific cooperation, even as espionage and distrust lingered in the shadows. The race for the bomb had become a defining moment of the 20th century, one where every equation, every experiment, and every decision carried with it the weight of history. It was a race fueled by fear, ambition, intellect, and tragedy, a race that would change the course of warfare, diplomacy, and human existence forever. The atomic age was on the horizon, and humanity stood at the brink of transformation, armed with both promise and peril. The seeds of nuclear physics had been sown in the early 20th century when scientists began unraveling the structure of the atom. But it wasn't until the late 1930s that the unimaginable power locked inside atomic nuclei began to reveal itself. In Berlin, chemist Otto Hahn and his collaborator Fritz Strassmann, through meticulous experimentation, identified products that confounded their understanding. Uranium, once thought indivisible, was splitting apart into lighter elements. Their results, published in early 1939, startled the scientific world, but it was Lise Meitner, an Austrian physicist forced to flee Nazi Germany, and her nephew Otto Frisch, who provided the theoretical breakthrough. From exile in Sweden, Meitner and Frisch deduced that the uranium nucleus was undergoing fission, releasing an immense amount of energy, something long theorized, but never empirically confirmed. The revelation electrified the global scientific community, as researchers realized that splitting a heavy nucleus could unleash energy capable of fueling both reactors and bombs. Frisch coined the term fission, drawing parallels to the division of cells, but the implications extended far beyond biology or chemistry. It was the birth of nuclear warfare. Meanwhile, physicists worldwide began revisiting Einstein's mass-energy equivalence equation, E=mc, understanding that even a small amount of mass could transform into vast amounts of energy during nuclear reactions. Laboratories from Europe to America buzzed with calculations, designs, and frantic correspondence, yet the political landscape rapidly darkened, forcing secrecy upon these discoveries. Governments intervened, wrapping scientific research in layers of military oversight and censorship, fearful of Nazi exploitation or sabotage. The atom, once the building block of matter, was now viewed as both a potential savior and an apocalyptic force waiting to be harnessed. Einstein's equation, derived decades earlier from the theory of relativity, became the intellectual cornerstone for understanding nuclear fission's staggering energy potential. E=mc² revealed that the minute mass lost during a nuclear reaction could translate into explosive energy enough to level cities, and this realization transformed abstract physics into an urgent scientific and military quest. Scientists began to calculate how much fissile material would be required to sustain a chain reaction, discovering that a critical mass existed. Once surpassed, it could trigger an unstoppable release of energy. The implications were sobering, and many researchers struggled with the ethics of their work, fearing the consequences of unleashing such power upon humanity. Journals were redacted, research findings were tightly controlled, and projects moved underground or into secure facilities, where only trusted scientists were granted access. This environment fostered both innovation and paranoia, with scientists working in isolation, haunted by the possibility that their research could be weaponized by tyrannical regimes. At the same time, experimental breakthroughs began to emerge. Neutron moderators, such as heavy water and graphite, were tested to slow neutrons and sustain reactions, offering practical paths toward both reactors and bombs. Communications across borders, once open and collaborative, were replaced by cryptic cables, guarded memos, and encrypted reports shared only with military officials. As nations fortified their atomic ambitions, espionage networks quietly formed, with agents attempting to intercept nuclear secrets before they fell into enemy hands. The atom's discovery had launched a global race, a clandestine struggle for knowledge that held the fate of civilization in its balance. The discovery of fission did not remain confined to laboratories. It quickly infiltrated government corridors and war councils, shaping national priorities at an unprecedented scale. In the United States, the influx of European émigré scientists brought expertise that accelerated research, while British physicists formed committees to verify the feasibility of an atomic bomb. The Maud Committee's reports, filled with dense scientific analysis, confirmed that constructing a bomb was not only possible but achievable within a short time frame if sufficient resources were marshaled. These revelations prompted military planners to reallocate funds, recruit thousands of engineers and technicians, and secure vast quantities of uranium ore from mines in the Belgian Congo and Canada. The importance of controlling fissile material, ensuring reactor designs were safe, and preventing sabotage became paramount concerns. Meanwhile, in Germany, nuclear research was fragmented and slow, plagued by bureaucratic interference and resource shortages. But the fear that Nazi scientists might unlock nuclear secrets before the Allies drove espionage efforts into overdrive. Governments began using wartime intelligence networks to track shipments, intercept communications, and recruit informants within enemy ranks. The line between scientific research and military operations blurred, As physicists were drafted into strategic planning and engineers became wartime assets, their inventions locked behind classified walls. Across laboratories, sleepless nights and relentless experiments became the norm, as scientists raced to translate theory into weaponizable reality before catastrophe struck. The discovery of nuclear fission, once a scientific breakthrough, had now become the cornerstone of modern warfare, binding science, secrecy, and survival into a single urgent mission. The collaboration between Hahn, Strassmann, Meitner, and Frisch symbolized the complex entanglement between discovery, exile, and moral responsibility, highlighting how scientific progress could not be divorced from the political turmoil engulfing Europe. Meitner, who had lost her homeland and colleagues to Nazi persecution, carried the burden of knowing that her work could be twisted into a weapon of mass destruction, a fate she had spent years trying to avert. Yet the facts could not be ignored. The fissile reaction was real, repeatable, and capable of scale far beyond anything previously imagined. Scientists across continents wrestled with the duality of knowledge, its capacity to liberate mankind or annihilate it in moments. As research intensified, conferences were held in underground chambers where masked faces and guarded conversations spoke volumes about the stakes involved. The scientific community, once united in the pursuit of discovery, splintered under the weight of war, suspicion, and national loyalty, with some researchers eager to share their findings, while others feared the consequences. Even within allied nations, debates raged over how much information should be disclosed, and whether non-scientific authorities should control the dissemination of nuclear knowledge. Meanwhile, governments began drafting contingency plans, including stockpiling fissile materials and securing supply lines against sabotage or espionage. Laboratories, reactors, and mines were now seen as strategic assets, their security guarded as fiercely as frontline battalions. The atom's discovery had crossed the threshold from academic curiosity to a central axis of global warfare. As nuclear research spread across the Atlantic, a new generation of physicists found themselves thrust into roles they had neither anticipated nor welcomed. Laboratories in the United States, such as Columbia University and the University of Chicago, became nerve centers of experimental work, where isolation rooms were built and access tightly restricted to authorized personnel. Young researchers, many in their 20s, worked under immense pressure, often isolated from family and cut off from the outside world, their lives consumed by equations and calculations. Their work extended beyond the lab, as military officials coordinated closely with scientists to ensure that reactors could be scaled up and fissile materials safeguarded against both enemy action and human error. Every discovery was logged with precision, every reactor tested under the watchful eyes of both physicists and generals who balanced the promise of victory with the risk of catastrophe. News of Germany's nuclear ambitions, though exaggerated at times, spread like wildfire through government circles, prompting frantic efforts to accelerate research and anticipate worst-case scenarios. Even as scientific breakthroughs mounted, so too did fears of sabotage, espionage, and ethical collapse, with security agencies monitoring conversations and movements to an unprecedented degree. Scientists who questioned the morality of their work found themselves marginalized, labeled as unpatriotic or impractical in the face of impending disaster. The Manhattan Project's laboratories became crucibles not only of scientific innovation, but also of psychological strain, as researchers navigated the chasm between knowledge and conscience. The discovery of fission had unlocked the atom's secrets, but with it came questions that science alone could not answer. Meanwhile, the global community's response to these discoveries revealed how interconnected scientific progress and political ambition had become. Governments from Britain, the United States, and later the Soviet Union formed committees and research councils to pool expertise, with top-secret memoranda dictating the course of experimentation and construction. Diplomatic exchanges were cloaked in layers of secrecy as intelligence sharing and covert operations became integral to maintaining an advantage over enemy powers. Laboratories operated under strict compartmentalization, where teams knew only their segment of the project, ensuring that no single individual could compromise the entire effort. Supply chains were fortified, with uranium and heavy water shipments guarded by armed escorts and naval vessels, while encrypted communications relayed updates to secure war rooms. Scientific journals, once the lifeblood of scholarly exchange, were censored, with editors instructed to suppress or delay findings that could aid enemy research. Meanwhile, fear of Axis retaliation led to contingency planning for industrial sabotage, espionage infiltrations, and even internal betrayals. In this climate of urgency and mistrust, the atomic bomb project transcended national borders, drawing scientists into a shared high-stakes enterprise, their work inseparable from the outcome of global conflict. The discovery of fission, once a moment of scientific wonder, had become a weaponized secret, a discovery wrapped in fear, guarded by governments, and accelerated by the horrors of war. The race for the bomb had begun in earnest, with every breakthrough shadowed by the grim specter of its use. The implications of these discoveries extended beyond military planning, influencing the broader cultural and ethical landscape of the scientific community. Many researchers found themselves grappling with questions of responsibility. Could their work be justified if it prevented greater loss of life, or was the weaponization of atomic energy a betrayal of scientific ideals? Some scientists, haunted by visions of mass destruction, advocated for transparency and international oversight, fearing that secrecy and competition would lead to catastrophic consequences. Others argued that failure to harness the atom's power would hand victory to fascist regimes, leaving the world defenseless against tyranny. These philosophical divisions ran deep, prompting letters, petitions, and debates that transcended scientific discourse and entered the realms of politics and philosophy. The discoveries that once celebrated the pursuit of knowledge now threatened to unravel the moral fabric of those involved, creating rifts that would linger long after the war's end. As reactors were constructed and experimental bombs assembled, the world's greatest minds were forced to confront the paradox of progress, the pursuit of knowledge capable of both healing and annihilation. Amidst this turmoil, alliances were formed out of necessity, not trust, and scientific cooperation was tempered by suspicion and rivalry. The discovery of fission had become more than a technical achievement. It had exposed the vulnerabilities of human ambition and the fragility of ethical boundaries in times of crisis. The atom's secrets, once hidden deep within the nucleus, now threatened to tear apart not only cities, but the very soul of humanity. The world stood at a precipice. Armed with knowledge that could end wars or end life itself, as governments and scientists wrestled with the implications of fission, what began as an exploration of atomic structure had evolved into a monumental effort driven by fear, ingenuity, and desperation, where every calculation carried the weight of history and every experiment teetered on the edge of disaster. The discoveries in nuclear physics did not merely chart a path toward atomic weaponry, they forced a reckoning with the meaning of science, the nature of human progress, and the terrifying power locked within the smallest building blocks of matter. From the labs of Europe to secret facilities in America, the atom's promise and peril became intertwined, shaping decisions that would redefine warfare, diplomacy, and global power structures. As experiments intensified and theories turned into practical applications, the atomic bomb project grew from whispered speculation into an unstoppable force, one that would change the course of the 20th century. The question was no longer whether the bomb could be built, but whether humanity could survive its use. In the shadows of uncertainty, scientists persevered, driven by duty, ambition, and the grim knowledge that their work might forever alter the fate of nations. The age of the atom had begun, and with it, the world stepped into an era where knowledge and destruction walked hand in hand. The discoveries in nuclear physics had opened Pandora's box, and there was no turning back. By 1941, it had become alarmingly clear to US officials that the atomic bomb was no longer just a theoretical possibility. It was a weapon that could tip the scales of war. Alarmed by intelligence reports suggesting that Nazi Germany might be pursuing nuclear weapons, President Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration moved swiftly to consolidate scientific efforts under government oversight. The Office of Scientific Research and Development, or OSRD, was established in June 1941 to coordinate research across disciplines, ensuring that groundbreaking discoveries would serve military objectives without delay. Under the leadership of Vannevar Bush, a brilliant engineer and science advisor, the agency gained unprecedented access to industrial resources, scientific talent, and military infrastructure. Security clearances were tightened to near-military levels, as research facilities were compartmentalized to prevent espionage and unauthorized access to sensitive data. With official funding skyrocketing, laboratories, universities, and private corporations were drawn into a web of secrecy and innovation, their scientists now answering to generals and government officials as much as to academic mentors. The recruitment effort became a full-fledged campaign, luring the brightest minds from across the nation and from war-torn Europe, with promises of groundbreaking work and patriotic duty. Many of the recruited scientists, including émigrés fleeing fascist regimes, saw the Manhattan Project as both a chance to advance knowledge and a moral obligation to defeat tyranny. Among them were men like J. Robert Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, and Niels Bohr, each bringing unique expertise, though their personalities and philosophies would later clash within the confines of this colossal undertaking. What began as a cautious effort to counter German scientific advances would soon transform into the most ambitious and secretive scientific program in human history. The formal authorization of the Manhattan Project came with both urgency and fear, as Roosevelt's advisors weighed the potential consequences of failure against the possibility of ending the war swiftly. In October 1941, the Uranium Committee, a small advisory group originally created to investigate the military applications of nuclear research, expanded its scope and influence, eventually feeding intelligence directly to military planners. By 1942, with the attack on Pearl Harbor fresh in memory and America fully at war, the atomic bomb project was placed under military jurisdiction, with General Leslie Groves appointed to oversee its operations. Groves, a hard-nosed engineer with a reputation for decisive leadership, wasted no time organizing the sprawling research effort, insisting that secrecy, discipline, and efficient logistics would be essential to success. Research hubs were quickly established in isolated areas: Los Alamos in New Mexico, Oak Ridge in Tennessee, and Hanford in Washington, each chosen for its remoteness and security, but also for access to water, power, and transport lines critical to nuclear development. Scientists arriving at these sites were subjected to rigorous background checks, fingerprinting, and constant surveillance, with mail screened and conversations monitored to prevent leaks. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, the scientists pressed forward, driven by the knowledge that their work could end the deadlock of war or unleash destruction the world had never seen. The blending of academic inquiry with military command created a strange new culture where genius and discipline coexisted uneasily beneath a veil of paranoia. Even as research progressed, rumors of espionage and sabotage haunted the project, prompting counterintelligence efforts at every turn. This fusion of secrecy and scientific ambition would define the Manhattan Project's identity, setting the stage for discoveries that would reverberate far beyond the battlefield. The recruitment process brought together an astonishing assembly of minds, each with their own expertise, but united by a shared sense of purpose or dread. Robert Oppenheimer, a theoretical physicist with a profound understanding of quantum mechanics and a reputation for intellectual brilliance, was chosen to lead scientific efforts at Los Alamos. Despite his youth and relative lack of administrative experience, Oppenheimer's ability to communicate complex ideas and inspire collaboration made him an indispensable figure in the project's early days. Enrico Fermi, already renowned for his pioneering work in nuclear reactions, brought practical experience that grounded the more theoretical work in real-world applications, helping guide reactor design and chain reaction control. Niels Bohr, the father of modern atomic theory, contributed vital insight into nuclear structure and encouraged scientists to think beyond the confines of traditional experimentation. Other key figures, such as Ernest Lawrence, who perfected cyclotron technology, and Arthur Compton, an expert in cosmic rays, rounded out a team whose diversity of knowledge defied expectation. These scientists were joined by engineers, metallurgists, mathematicians, and chemists, many of whom had never before collaborated on such a scale or under such pressure. The environment was charged with creativity, but also with tension, as debates over theoretical models, measurement techniques, and ethical considerations spilled into long nights and strained relationships. Amid this whirlwind of ambition, personalities clashed, alliances formed, and egos sometimes hindered progress, yet the looming specter of war kept everyone focused on the larger goal. Together they would build the tools of modern warfare, standing at the threshold of scientific triumph and catastrophic responsibility. The government's financial and logistical support for the Manhattan Project was unparalleled, transforming it into a national enterprise unlike any before. Hundreds of millions of dollars were allocated to procure equipment, uranium, and other materials, often shrouded in euphemistic or misleading labels to avoid raising public or foreign suspicion. Entire towns were constructed from scratch to house workers and scientists, with Oak Ridge's population swelling by tens of thousands within months, creating a bustling hub of activity hidden from prying eyes. Railroads, factories, and power plants were diverted or built anew to meet the project's insatiable demands, with engineers racing to create infrastructure capable of supporting a top-secret war effort. Uranium enrichment processes, such as gaseous diffusion and electromagnetic separation, required precision engineering on a monumental scale, with machines larger than football fields designed to sift through raw ore in search of fissile material. Meanwhile, the production of plutonium at Hanford demanded unprecedented amounts of cooling water and electrical power, straining regional resources and requiring innovative solutions. Communication lines were laid with military-grade encryption, and transportation routes were carefully mapped to avoid detection by enemy spies or curious journalists. Scientists were provided with the latest equipment, though scarcity and secrecy often forced improvisation, requiring creative solutions to unforeseen challenges. The government's ability to coordinate such a massive operation while keeping its existence hidden from the public was a testament to wartime mobilization and administrative ingenuity. It was a feat of engineering, espionage, and logistics that would soon change the course of history. The atmosphere at Los Alamos was one of both exhilaration and dread, as scientists worked side by side with soldiers and intelligence officers, forging a new kind of wartime collaboration. Days were spent buried in equations, experiments, and construction plans, while evenings were often consumed by debates over ethics, scientific methodology, and the potential consequences of success or failure. The campus was heavily guarded, with checkpoints, Idaho cards, and strict curfews ensuring that secrets did not slip beyond its boundaries, even as tensions simmered beneath the surface. Some scientists welcomed the intense focus, believing that their work could shorten the war and save countless lives, while others feared the devastation their discoveries might unleash. Oppenheimer, both revered and criticized, walked the line between genius and burden, his charisma inspiring loyalty, but also masking the weight of responsibility he carried. Many scientists formed close bonds during their shared isolation, finding camaraderie in sleepless nights and the pursuit of knowledge, even as others struggled with loneliness and uncertainty. Letters home were heavily censored, and personal relationships strained as families were kept in the dark about the project's true purpose, amplifying feelings of alienation. Despite these hardships, breakthroughs came steadily, as teams refined designs, solved engineering challenges, and debated critical thresholds for triggering chain reactions. The fusion of intellect and urgency drove the team forward, even as they questioned the morality of the path they were forging. The birth of the Manhattan Project was not just a logistical achievement, it was a crucible of human endurance, ambition, and conscience. Security concerns intensified as news of espionage attempts and foreign intelligence operations began to surface, prompting stricter measures to shield the project from prying eyes. Scientists underwent daily checks, files were locked in safes, and conversations were whispered only in secure rooms, guarded against informants or leaks. Intelligence agencies traced suspicious activity, and fear of infiltration prompted the arrest and interrogation of individuals suspected of aiding enemy powers. Even those within the project feared being watched, prompting an atmosphere of mutual distrust that hung over the laboratories like a cloud. Government officials went so far as to create cover stories, misleading the public and even project workers themselves about the nature of their research, framing it as special materials or power experiments. The discovery of fission, once shared freely among academics, was now partitioned by bureaucratic walls, and knowledge was only doled out on a need-to-know basis. The fear that Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan might exploit atomic secrets drove these precautions, though in reality espionage networks extended even into allied nations. Scientists and military officers alike faced the dual pressure of advancing their work while safeguarding it, their stress magnified by uncertainty and paranoia. These security measures, while restrictive, were deemed necessary to prevent disaster, as the Manhattan Project's revelations could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. What had begun as scientific exploration had become a fortress of secrecy, locked behind armed guards and encrypted communications. The Manhattan Project's birth was a story of extraordinary coordination, innovation, and moral conflict, brought to life by scientists and soldiers united by fear, duty, and ambition. What started as a small committee's investigation into nuclear energy evolved into one of the most audacious scientific endeavors in history, encompassing thousands of individuals and billions of dollars in resources. The relentless pursuit of atomic mastery demanded that researchers abandon the open discourse of academia and embrace a militarized, clandestine approach, where information was guarded and collaboration monitored. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, breakthroughs came at a pace that astonished even the most optimistic planners, as scientists from diverse backgrounds fused their expertise to overcome engineering hurdles and theoretical uncertainties. Their work was marked by a delicate balance between scientific discovery and wartime exigency, with each breakthrough offering both promise and peril. The Manhattan Project's inception revealed the power of human ingenuity, but also the depths of human fear and ethical compromise, as brilliant minds wrestled with the consequences of their discoveries. With laboratories sealed off from the world, Personalities clashed and alliances were forged in the crucible of high stakes and secrecy. The birth of this top-secret program marked a turning point in the war, as the quest to harness the atom's power became both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of unparalleled destruction. The legacy of the Manhattan Project's creation would ripple through history, reshaping science, warfare, and the human conscience for generations to come. Perched high in the arid landscapes of New Mexico, the Los Alamos laboratory rose like an island of intellect amidst desert scrub and rugged mountains. Officially known as Project Y, the facility was chosen for its isolation, far from cities, prying eyes and foreign agents, yet close enough to rail lines and airstrips to facilitate the transport of equipment and personnel. Barbed wire fences and armed sentries ringed the compound, patrolling against intrusion, while checkpoints controlled every movement of scientists, workers, and supplies. The surrounding wilderness offered both refuge and a sense of entrapment. Residents joked about being cut off from the world, but few doubted the importance of their work or the danger that secrecy entailed. Within this fenced-off town, laboratories, living quarters, dining halls, and workshops were constructed at breakneck speed, often doubling as offices and sleeping areas to conserve space. Scientists, engineers, and military personnel arrived from every corner of the globe, Europe, America, and beyond, many of them émigrés fleeing fascism, bringing with them both trauma and determination. Life inside Los Alamos was regimented yet communal, with shared meals, makeshift entertainment, and intellectual debates stretching late into the night. Yet every conversation, every note scribbled in a lab book, every letter home was subject to surveillance, breeding a culture of caution and whispered exchanges. Though camaraderie developed, trust remained fragile, as the specter of espionage loomed over friendships and affiliations. The combination of brilliance, isolation, and fear created a unique environment where scientific curiosity wrestled with the grim reality of war. The workdays at Los Alamos were relentless, as teams tackled complex problems that required both theoretical finesse and practical engineering skill. Scientists like Oppenheimer, Fermi, and Teller oversaw experiments involving nuclear cross-sections, neutron behavior, and implosion designs, while younger researchers pored over equations and computational models, racing against time. The pressure to succeed was immense. Failure was not an option when the future of the war, and perhaps the survival of nations, seemed to hang in the balance. The laboratories were filled with equipment ranging from delicate detectors to enormous pressure chambers, all designed to simulate, measure, and refine the processes that would lead to a functioning bomb. Amid these technical challenges, the line between laboratory experiment and battlefield application blurred, forcing researchers to confront the terrifying implications of their discoveries. Security protocols required that notebooks be stored under lock and key, conversations take place in soundproof rooms, and meetings be broken into smaller groups to prevent the spread of sensitive information. Rumors of spies and leaks spread quickly, prompting the establishment of internal counterintelligence teams that monitored correspondence and interviewed personnel for signs of disloyalty. Some scientists became paranoid, questioning the motives of colleagues or fearing that a careless remark could lead to disaster. Others pushed through the anxiety, convinced that their work would shorten the war and prevent even greater loss of life. But despite their dedication, the ethical quandaries remained unresolved, haunting many as they continued their relentless pursuit of atomic mastery. Daily life at Los Alamos was a blend of rigorous discipline and makeshift normalcy, as scientists sought to maintain a semblance of routine while under constant pressure. Housing was sparse, with families crammed into small quarters or single-room apartments that doubled as both study and sleeping space. Meals were communal affairs, with long tables where conversation mingled with speculation and anxiety, punctuated by bursts of humor to lighten the mood. Children ran through the compound's open areas, their laughter contrasting sharply with the hushed tones of adults who debated theoretical models and security protocols. Recreation came in the form of card games, weekend dances, and occasional hikes into the surrounding wilderness, though even these brief respites were clouded by the ever-present need for discretion. Letters from home were cherished yet heavily censored, with scientists often yearning for contact, but wary of what information might slip through. Medical facilities operated at full capacity, treating stress-related ailments and exhaustion as researchers pushed themselves past human limits to meet deadlines. Scientific seminars provided intellectual stimulation but were often coded, with researchers forced to cloak breakthroughs in jargon to avoid exposing vulnerabilities. Friendships formed quickly, born of shared purpose, yet distrust simmered beneath the surface as careers and lives could be ruined by careless words. The daily rhythm of Los Alamos was one of controlled chaos, where progress and paranoia walked hand in hand through the desert air. Espionage fears became a defining feature of life at Los Alamos, as government officials and scientists alike grappled with the possibility that foreign agents might infiltrate their ranks. Background checks were exhaustive, scouring academic records, political affiliations, and personal histories for any hint of subversion, with some scientists interrogated multiple times before being cleared. Mail was screened by intelligence officers, and personal phone calls were monitored, with employees required to report suspicious behavior immediately to military authorities. Guards patrolled the perimeters at all hours, and visitors were subjected to thorough inspections before being granted entry, their purpose and intent questioned in rigorous detail. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, as even the most respected scientists were occasionally subjected to loyalty hearings and discreet surveillance. It was a delicate balance. Scientific collaboration required openness and trust, yet the stakes demanded secrecy and caution. Several high-profile espionage cases, such as the infiltration by Soviet agents, confirmed the fears that animated security discussions and heightened tensions among staff. Scientists themselves oscillated between paranoia and camaraderie, some growing withdrawn, others doubling their vigilance to protect both research and reputation. Counterintelligence officers became as integral to the project as engineers and physicists, working tirelessly to ensure that progress was not compromised by betrayal. The constant surveillance left an indelible mark on the psyche of Los Alamos's residents, shaping a culture of guarded communication and heightened awareness that persisted long after the war's end. Scientific innovation at Los Alamos unfolded in tandem with these layers of secrecy, as breakthroughs were both celebrated and feared for their potential misuse. Researchers made remarkable strides in understanding nuclear fission, identifying isotopes with greater reactivity, and refining the complex processes required for a sustained chain reaction. Neutron initiators, explosive lens designs, and tamper materials were subjected to rigorous testing, with each refinement pushing the team closer to a viable weapon. Despite the technical focus, ethical debates were never far from the forefront, with many questioning whether the destructive force being unleashed could ever be justified, even in the name of ending the war. Oppenheimer and other leaders held regular discussions on the moral implications of their work, grappling with questions that cut to the core of human responsibility and scientific purpose. Some advocated that the bomb should only be used as a last resort, fearing that its deployment would unleash horrors that could haunt humanity forever. Others argued that a swift and decisive strike could save countless lives by hastening the end of the conflict, forcing Japan's surrender before further bloodshed ensued. Amid this debate, the clock continued to tick, deadlines pressing researchers to move from theory to application as swiftly as possible. Breakthroughs were carefully documented, though often with pseudonyms or coded references, ensuring that knowledge remained contained within trusted circles. The dual nature of discovery, both exhilarating and terrifying, defined the intellectual landscape of Los Alamos throughout its existence. The relationship between military command and civilian scientists at Los Alamos was fraught with tension as personalities clashed and priorities diverged under the weight of wartime demands. General Leslie Groves, a meticulous and authoritarian figure, enforced strict discipline, ensuring that military hierarchy governed day-to-day operations, even as scientists argued for academic autonomy. His approach sometimes clashed with the more freewheeling, exploratory mindset of researchers like Oppenheimer, whose leadership style emphasized persuasion and intellectual engagement over blunt force. This delicate dance between control and creativity became a defining feature of the laboratory, as military officials sought to harness scientific innovation while avoiding bureaucratic stagnation. Meetings often devolved into heated debates, as scientists defended the merits of their theories against military concerns about timelines, budgets, and operational secrecy. Yet, despite these frictions, mutual respect slowly emerged, born of necessity and shared purpose, as each side recognized the critical role the other played in achieving their goal. Trust was hard-won, but as experiments succeeded and designs advanced, cooperation deepened and professional bonds formed that transcended initial suspicion. The laboratories became a crucible where rigid protocol met intellectual daring, forging solutions that neither side could have achieved alone. These collaborative tensions, though challenging, ultimately spurred innovation, forcing both military and civilian personnel to sharpen their focus and reconcile their differences. Los Alamos, for all its barriers and fear, became a place where genius and discipline coexisted in uneasy but productive harmony. As the work at Los Alamos progressed, the reality of what they were building loomed larger, forcing many to confront the gravity of their task. The dream of ending the war, which had initially galvanized the scientists, now seemed inseparable from the nightmare of annihilation they knew the bomb could unleash. Some scientists found solace in the belief that their work would prevent further suffering, while others struggled with insomnia, anxiety, and moral despair. Haunted by visions of cities engulfed in flames, letters from home, censored and delayed, only deepened the sense of isolation, as families remained unaware of the monumental and terrifying work their loved ones were undertaking. Rumors of upcoming tests, whispered speculation about targets, and hints of deployment plans circulated, fueling speculation and dread within the community. Many researchers formed small support groups, seeking comfort in shared experience, while others withdrew from social interactions, consumed by fear of being judged or ostracized. Even recreational activities, meant to relieve stress, became tinged with melancholy, as the line between pastime and grim preparation blurred. The psychological toll of secrecy and responsibility was profound, shaping the identities of those who would carry the burden long after the war's end. Los Alamos was not merely a site of scientific innovation, it was a crucible where the human spirit was tested against the darkest possibilities of technological power. The weight of their knowledge, combined with the isolation of the desert, left a mark on every resident, forging a legacy of brilliance intertwined with anguish. The culmination of life at Los Alamos was marked not by celebration, but by the sobering realization that their work would soon change history irrevocably. As the Trinity test loomed on the horizon, scientists oscillated between hope and fear, wondering whether their creation would end the war or herald a new, terrifying era of warfare. The sense of purpose that had sustained them through years of labor was now entangled with dread as they contemplated the destruction their hands had wrought. Security remained tighter than ever, with final designs locked in safes and transport routes guarded against sabotage or accident, while intelligence officers redoubled their efforts to thwart any leak of information. Military officials coordinated with political leaders, preparing for the announcement that would alter the course of human civilization, even as scientists debated the appropriate language to accompany such a revelation. Amid the tension, some still sought to ground themselves in routine, sharing quiet conversations over meals or exchanging notes of reassurance in hurried moments between experiments. Others wandered the desert, staring into the horizon as if trying to comprehend the enormity of what was to come, caught between scientific achievement and moral reckoning. When the first atomic bomb finally ignited the New Mexico sky, it was the culmination not only of technical prowess, but of years spent navigating secrecy, fear, and the weight of responsibility. The echoes of Los Alamos would ripple outward, influencing not only the outcome of World War II, but the philosophical and political debates that would define the atomic age for generations to come. Nestled in the rolling hills of East Tennessee, Oak Ridge became one of the largest and most secretive industrial cities ever constructed, built from scratch to fuel the atomic bomb effort. Covering over 60,000 acres, it housed sprawling facilities, worker housing, laboratories, and miles of pipelines, all dedicated to the monumental task of producing fissile uranium-235 in quantities sufficient for wartime use. The town was intentionally designed to be unrecognizable on maps, with transportation routes rerouted and visitors subjected to strict access controls, ensuring that the scale and purpose of the project remained obscured from outsiders. More than 75,000 workers, many of them women, labored in shifts around the clock, operating massive enrichment plants under extreme secrecy and in physically grueling conditions. The electromagnetic separation method, implemented at the Y-12 plant, utilized colossal collutrons, devices powered by tremendous magnetic fields, to isolate uranium atoms based on their slight mass differences, a painstaking process requiring precision engineering and constant supervision. At the K-25 plant, gaseous diffusion, a method relying on ultrafine barriers to separate isotopes, churned continuously, employing thousands of compressors, valves, and pipes, with entire floors filled with equipment the size of industrial warehouses. The S-50 thermal diffusion plant, though less efficient, supplemented the other methods, using heat gradients to separate uranium compounds over large columns that stretched like mechanical forests. Engineers worked to overcome corrosion, leakage, and mechanical failure, often improvising solutions under the watchful eyes of military overseers concerned with sabotage or waste. Every shipment, every valve adjustment, and every maintenance protocol was governed by strict schedules, as downtime threatened to derail the fragile supply chain feeding the Manhattan Project. The atmosphere in Oak Ridge was one of tireless effort, with workers grappling not only with technical complexity, but with the moral weight of knowing their labor could change the face of warfare. The electromagnetic separation process stood as a marvel of wartime engineering, even as it strained under the enormity of the task. Calatrons, originally conceived as laboratory devices, were scaled up into massive humming chambers, each containing banks of magnets that consumed staggering amounts of electricity, requiring dedicated power plants to keep operations running. Uranium ore, refined into a gaseous compound, was fed into the devices, where the ions were propelled through magnetic fields, separating lighter uranium-235 from the heavier uranium-238 in a delicate dance of physics. The output was painstakingly collected in receivers, with technicians carefully monitoring radiation levels, vacuum integrity, and alignment, often wearing lead-lined protective gear to shield themselves from contamination. Because the difference between isotopes was minuscule, the process demanded constant recalibration, and small errors could render entire batches useless, prompting weeks of recovery and maintenance work. Despite these obstacles, the Y-12 facility produced enough enriched uranium by mid-1945 to arm the bomb that would later devastate Hiroshima, a testament to the perseverance and ingenuity of its workforce. Supervisors enforced strict compartmentalization, assigning workers to only portions of the process, ensuring that even if espionage were suspected, no individual could comprehend the full scope of the operation. Scientists and military officials collaborated on solving unforeseen problems, such as stabilizing electric currents, improving magnetic coils, and designing shielding against electromagnetic interference. Though some workers questioned the purpose of their labor, official briefings emphasized patriotism and the urgent need to end the war, fostering a sense of mission that outweighed moral uncertainty. In this way, the electromagnetic separation effort became a crucible where science, industry, and sacrifice intertwined, forging a critical component of the atomic arsenal. Parallel to the Y-12 facility's electromagnetic method, the K-25 gaseous diffusion plant represented an industrial titan of unprecedented scale and complexity. Spanning nearly half a mile in length, the plant's intricate maze of barrier cells and compressors was a testament to human perseverance under pressure, with some equipment fabricated on-site due to wartime material shortages. The diffusion process depended on uranium hexafluoride gas, which, when repeatedly passed through porous barriers, gradually enriched the concentration of uranium-235, inch by painstaking inch closer to weapons-grade purity. Every stage required careful control of temperature, pressure, and flow rates, with thousands of valves, sensors, and control panels manned by workers trained to respond instantly to fluctuations or alarms. Engineers faced unexpected corrosion from the highly reactive uranium compound, forcing them to invent protective coatings, redesign components, and continuously overhaul mechanical parts to maintain operation. The plant's energy demands were immense, consuming a significant portion of the region's electricity and requiring power stations to be built alongside the facility itself, adding logistical challenges to an already complex undertaking. Despite its imperfections and slow output, the diffusion method provided redundancy in uranium production, ensuring that setbacks in one process would not stall overall progress. Security was paramount, with entrance points guarded by military police and classified information locked behind encrypted access protocols, preventing leaks or sabotage attempts. Scientists working at K-25 often labored in silence, communicating through coded memos and guarded meetings, reinforcing the culture of secrecy that permeated every corridor. As the diffusion process ramped up, its engineers became unsung heroes, their meticulous work critical to the ultimate success of the Manhattan Project. The S-50 thermal diffusion plant, though less heralded, played an indispensable role in supplementing uranium enrichment efforts, demonstrating how even imperfect technologies could be harnessed for wartime necessity. Operating through columns nearly 50 feet tall, the thermal diffusion process exploited temperature differences between heated and cooled walls to gradually separate uranium isotopes, a method technically elegant but industrially unwieldy. Engineers faced challenges maintaining temperature gradients across such vast structures, requiring constant monitoring and energy inputs to keep the columns functioning within strict tolerances. The plant's output, though comparatively small, was fed into the other enrichment methods to bolster production at a critical juncture when the war effort demanded every available resource. Workers endured physically exhausting conditions, often stationed in high heat environments surrounded by hazardous gases, while equipment failure and pipe corrosion required improvisation and constant repair. Because the technology was still experimental, adjustments were frequent, with researchers working late into the night to tweak pressure levels, refine barrier materials, or mitigate unwanted chemical reactions. Security protocols mirrored those at Y-12 and K-25, with every shipment logged, every valve inspection recorded, and every personnel interaction scrutinized for signs of irregularity. Despite its flaws, the S-50 plant exemplified the ingenuity of wartime science, finding practical solutions from incomplete knowledge and rapidly iterating designs to meet unprecedented demands. The team's resilience became a symbol of the collective effort that defined Oak Ridge, where innovation and improvisation converged under the shadow of global conflict. Their contribution, though overshadowed by larger facilities, was vital to ensuring that fissile material flowed uninterrupted toward its grim purpose. The coordination between Oak Ridge's enrichment plants demanded a level of logistical precision rarely seen before in industrial history. Transporting uranium feedstock from mills, processing facilities, and storage sites required guarded convoys and airtight schedules, with trains escorted by military personnel and warehouses shielded from aerial reconnaissance. The allocation of electrical power had to be meticulously balanced, as each plant's operation could strain the regional grid, forcing engineers to design redundant systems and energy storage solutions to prevent catastrophic outages. Medical units stationed throughout the complex provided constant monitoring for radiation exposure, chemical burns, and heat exhaustion, ensuring that workers remained fit for duty in physically punishing environments. Maintenance teams, often working overnight, repaired pumps, sealed leaks, and replaced corroded pipes, transforming emergency improvisation into routine practice, as failure could mean production stoppages or dangerous accidents. Communication systems had to be secure yet efficient, with encrypted radio transmissions and controlled telegraph networks that ensured information flowed only between trusted points of contact. The military hierarchy, led by General Groves, integrated engineering oversight with security enforcement, creating a command structure that treated Oak Ridge as both a fortress and a laboratory. Despite the constant hum of machinery and the ever-present threat of breakdowns, morale remained surprisingly high, bolstered by a shared sense of duty and the belief that their work would help end the war swiftly. Supervisors held frequent briefings to reinforce safety protocols, emphasize patriotism, and prepare workers for the psychological toll of their tasks, acknowledging the hardships while providing reassurance. In these efforts, Oak Ridge became more than a city, it became a living organism, its success dependent on the intricate synchronization of technology, manpower, and unwavering resolve. While secrecy defined the outer layers of Oak Ridge's operation, within its walls a culture of quiet determination flourished, as workers forged bonds over shared adversity and purpose. Cafeterias served as informal gathering places, where conversations about shifts, mechanical problems, and the war's progress mingled with stories of resilience and humor, providing much-needed relief from relentless labor. Scientists held study groups to discuss the latest data, while security officers conducted training exercises to ensure readiness for any potential breach, embedding vigilance into daily life without stifling camaraderie. Educational initiatives sprang up to bring workers up to speed on their tasks, with accelerated training courses that taught chemical handling, radiation safety, and equipment troubleshooting, reflecting the project's emphasis on empowering personnel with knowledge. Children's schools and recreational activities were introduced, allowing families stationed at Oak Ridge to maintain a semblance of normalcy, though curfews and movement restrictions kept them under constant watch. Some workers maintained personal journals, though entries were carefully coded or written in shorthand to evade censorship, revealing glimpses of anxiety, pride, and homesickness. Others turned to religious services or community gatherings to find spiritual comfort amidst uncertainty, with chaplains and counselors offering guidance for those struggling with stress or despair. Despite the ever-present fear of espionage or accident, friendships formed quickly, with co-workers becoming surrogate families for those far from home. These bonds, forged in secrecy and shared hardship, formed the social fabric that supported one of the most ambitious and morally fraught scientific endeavors in history. It was this spirit of quiet resilience, more than any technological achievement, that kept the enrichment operations humming toward their fateful goal. As Oak Ridge's output surged toward its wartime targets, the implications of its work extended far beyond the Tennessee Hills, influencing military strategy, global power dynamics, and the future of warfare itself. Intelligence briefings detailed how uranium-235 would be weaponized, prompting both excitement and unease among those who labored at the plant, aware that their contribution could tip the balance of global conflict. Military planners integrated Oak Ridge's production into broader strategies for ending the war swiftly, while political leaders weighed the ethical ramifications of unleashing such devastating force on civilian populations. Scientists, though often bound by duty and classified directives, engaged in private debates about the morality of their work, some advocating for restraint, others insisting that the bomb's use could prevent even greater bloodshed. Reports trickled back from Europe and the Pacific, detailing battles that had hardened hearts and tested endurance, reinforcing the sense that any measure to end the war, even one as catastrophic as an atomic bomb, might be justified by necessity. Yet the specter of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, still theoretical at the time, loomed over Oak Ridge, haunting corridors and influencing conversations, as workers questioned what legacy their labor would leave behind. As shipments of enriched uranium left Oak Ridge under military guard, the weight of responsibility became palpable, with each crate representing not just material, but a potential turning point in history. Even within the strict confines of wartime secrecy, whispers of the bomb's power spread, shaping perceptions and expectations throughout the defense community. By the summer of 1945, Oak Ridge's industrial efforts had reached a crescendo, its achievements both a triumph of science and a harbinger of humanity's most profound ethical dilemma. In the shadows of secrecy, the workers of Oak Ridge had built not just a weapon, but a legacy that would shape the conscience of generations to come. In the vast, windswept desert of southeastern Washington state, the Hanford site rose from scrubland and sagebrush to become a monumental industrial complex, built with astonishing speed and secrecy to serve as the nation's heart for plutonium production. The barren landscape, far from urban centers and surrounded by military checkpoints, provided the perfect location for concealing the scale of operations, while the nearby Columbia River supplied the enormous quantities of water required to cool reactors and process chemicals. Within months, sprawling facilities, reactors, chemical plants, laboratories, and housing for tens of thousands of workers were erected, their purpose cloaked in layers of classification, with only a fraction of the workforce fully aware of the mission's ultimate goal. The reactors, massive concrete structures, fueled by uranium slugs encased in aluminum, were designed to bombard the material with neutrons, transforming uranium-238 into plutonium-239 through a process that combined physics, metallurgy, and sheer force of industrial might. Once irradiated, the fuel rods were transported under armed guard to chemical separation plants, where highly corrosive acids dissolved the irradiated slugs, allowing plutonium to be extracted from the mixture with a precision that left little room for error. Engineers faced immense challenges from start to finish, controlling heat generated within reactors, preventing contamination, and ensuring that every procedure adhered to the highest safety protocols, despite the constant pressure to meet wartime quotas. Thousands of workers, many of them young women trained in chemical processes, operated equipment that required both careful attention and brute physical effort, their faces masked and hands gloved against toxic fumes and radioactive exposure. The fear of accidents loomed large, and emergency drills were conducted regularly to prepare for potential leaks, fires, or structural failures, while radiation monitoring devices, primitive by today's standards, were kept at every workstation. The sense of urgency pervaded daily life, but so too did a quiet pride, as workers understood they were contributing to a mission that could alter the course of global conflict. Behind the scenes, calculations, charts, and experiments raced against time, forming the invisible backbone of a program whose success would soon redefine warfare and international power. The B reactor at Hanford, the world's first full-scale plutonium production reactor, embodied both engineering ambition and the hazards inherent in working with radioactive materials. Measuring over 250 feet in length and surrounded by thick concrete walls designed to contain radiation, the reactor was fueled by thousands of uranium fuel rods arranged in precise geometric patterns to maximize neutron flow. The design engineers, working with limited precedent, relied heavily on trial and error and constant data analysis, modifying operating procedures to prevent overheating or structural stress without fully understanding the long-term effects of radiation on materials or personnel. The cooling system, fed by water from the Columbia River, pumped millions of gallons every hour through the reactor core, a task that strained pumps, valves, and piping, designed in haste but tested under unforgiving conditions. At any moment, corrosion, pressure buildup, or leaks could result in catastrophic failure, forcing operators to constantly monitor gauges, adjust flows, and recalibrate instruments with unwavering focus. Protective gear, though rudimentary, offered limited shielding, and workers learned through experience how to manage exposure, relying on rotations and shielding protocols to minimize their risk while maintaining the relentless pace of production. Every week, irradiated fuel elements were extracted and shuttled through sealed containers to chemical separation facilities, their surfaces scalding with residual heat, their handlers meticulously following steps to prevent contamination. The reactor's control room, a nerve center lined with switches and meters, buzzed with tension as operators reacted instantly to fluctuations, ensuring that the nuclear chain reaction remained contained and productive. Despite the dangers, the B reactor's success validated the entire plutonium production effort, transforming speculative science into operational reality and laying the groundwork for the bomb's eventual deployment. Its looming presence, stark against the desert backdrop, symbolized both human ingenuity and the perilous frontier at which science, industry, and warfare converged. At the chemical separation facilities known as T and B plants, the extraction of plutonium from irradiated uranium fuel demanded precision, endurance, and meticulous attention to hazardous materials. The fuel rods extracted after weeks of neutron bombardment were transported in heavily shielded casks to the processing lines, where technicians dissolved them in nitric acid baths, transforming solid metal into liquid for chemical refinement. Within shielded cells, remotely operated tools manipulated irradiated materials behind thick glass as workers carefully monitored temperatures, chemical reactions, and pressure readings, all while minimizing direct contact with radioactive substances. The separation process, known as the bismuth phosphate method, relied on manipulating chemical affinities to isolate plutonium salts from the acidic mixture, followed by repeated precipitation and washing cycles to purify the final product. Any deviation from protocol risked contamination or incomplete separation, forcing technicians to adhere to strict schedules and operate in near-perfect unison under the supervision of chemists and safety officers. Corrosion, equipment failure, and fluctuating chemical concentrations were daily challenges, prompting emergency protocols and real-time adjustments, often requiring teams to work beyond their shifts to stabilize operations. Many workers, despite training and shielding, reported symptoms consistent with radiation sickness, nausea, fatigue, and skin irritation, leading to rotating shifts designed to limit exposure while still meeting production quotas. The constant hum of ventilation systems, alarms, and communication lines reinforced the fragile equilibrium upon which the entire operation depended, while supervisors emphasized discipline and composure in the face of relentless pressure. Amidst this controlled chaos, technicians forged bonds of trust, their ability to navigate complex procedures forming the foundation of one of the most delicate and dangerous manufacturing efforts in history. Their labor, though unseen by the public and shrouded in secrecy, would become indispensable in forging the plutonium that armed one of the world's most devastating weapons. Worker life at Hanford was shaped as much by hardship as by heroism, as thousands of men and women, uprooted from their communities, navigated physically demanding environments far from home. Barracks and prefabricated housing sprang up overnight to accommodate the influx of laborers, while strict security measures prevented unauthorized access, creating a sense of isolation that permeated daily routines. Families were separated by restrictions, with communication censored and movement outside the site heavily regulated, fostering a sense of camaraderie born of shared experience rather than neighborhood familiarity. Cafeterias, recreation halls, and makeshift schools emerged to provide a semblance of normalcy, while community groups organized lectures, dances, and social events aimed at lifting spirits despite the constant hum of industrial machinery and the specter of radiation exposure. Many workers, particularly women recruited into technical roles, found themselves at the forefront of scientific labor, balancing their responsibilities with fears for their health and the ethical weight of their contribution to war. Medical staff, overwhelmed by cases of exhaustion, exposure, and stress-related conditions, worked around the clock to monitor health and educate workers about precautionary measures, though treatments were often limited by the era's understanding of radiation effects. Training programs developed hastily emphasized procedural mastery and safety drills, but many workers learned through experience, observing equipment failure, or adjusting operations to prevent accidents in real time. Despite morale challenges, a sense of purpose unified the workforce, reinforced by official narratives that framed their work as essential to national defense and global security. Letters written home, carefully worded to avoid disclosing classified details, revealed a mixture of pride, anxiety, and longing for normalcy, hinting at the human cost behind the technical achievements. These unseen sacrifices, borne by thousands of ordinary citizens, became the silent foundation of the plutonium effort, an army of laborers forging a weapon that would alter the course of history. The engineering challenges at Hanford extended beyond chemical processes and equipment maintenance. They encompassed questions of containment, waste management, and the unknown dangers of prolonged radiation exposure. The storage and handling of radioactive waste posed constant threats, with byproducts from fuel dissolution requiring containment vessels, shielded transfer lines, and decontamination protocols that pushed materials science to its limits. Ventilation systems had to be meticulously designed to prevent airborne contamination, requiring redundancies, filters, and pressure control systems that ensured hazardous particles were directed away from worker zones. Heat management presented another critical challenge, as both the reactors and chemical separation plants generated tremendous thermal loads, necessitating robust cooling circuits and real-time temperature monitoring to prevent runaway reactions. Structural integrity, too, demanded constant vigilance, as corrosion from reactive chemicals compromised pipes, tanks, and shielding materials, forcing engineers to innovate protective coatings and implement rigorous inspection routines. Safety alarms, though often primitive, were tested daily, with evacuation drills teaching workers how to respond to potential leaks, fires, or other emergencies, while medical teams simulated accident scenarios to prepare for worst-case outcomes. Radiation monitoring devices, stationed at strategic points throughout the facility, provided essential feedback, alerting supervisors to dangerous spikes and guiding adjustments to operational protocols. The sheer scale of Hanford's infrastructure, with its miles of pipes and hundreds of tanks, required logistical coordination unprecedented in wartime industry, blending mechanical engineering, chemistry, and operational discipline. Every repair crew, every inspection team, and every emergency response unit became an integral part of the ecosystem, their expertise preventing small problems from escalating into disaster. In this way, the engineering challenges of Hanford became not only a test of technical skill, but a testament to human perseverance under extreme conditions. The relationship between secrecy and scientific collaboration at Hanford presented its own set of challenges, as researchers, engineers, and military officials navigated the tension between transparency and security. Many workers operated on a need-to-know basis, assigned to specific tasks without awareness of the broader purpose, while others, top scientists and military strategists, worked to synthesize findings across departments while maintaining strict compartmentalization. J. Robert Oppenheimer, often called the father of the atomic bomb, stood at the epicenter of scientific ambition and moral uncertainty. His brilliant mind matched only by the emotional turmoil that haunted him throughout the Manhattan Project. Born into privilege in New York City, Oppenheimer's early education at Harvard and Cambridge exposed him to the forefront of theoretical physics, where he wrestled with quantum mechanics and the uncertainty that would later mirror the ethical ambiguities of his work. Despite his intellectual stature, Oppenheimer's personal life was marked by contradictions, political sympathies for leftist causes, friendships with communist sympathizers, and a deep sense of responsibility toward the global consequences of scientific discovery. Once at Los Alamos, he forged relationships with fellow scientists through long nights of debate and collaboration, often sacrificing sleep, family, and personal stability in pursuit of solutions that balanced chain reactions and containment strategies. Yet even as breakthroughs emerged, he harbored deep anxiety about the weapon's destructive potential, famously quoting the Bhagavad Gita as he contemplated the weight of unleashing nuclear devastation. His leadership style combined empathy with discipline, ensuring that teams remained cohesive under unimaginable pressure while confronting the daunting task of turning theory into an implementable device. Security clearances, political scrutiny, and bureaucratic interference threatened his ability to function, but his charisma and expertise kept him at the project's helm. Ultimately, Oppenheimer's legacy became a complex tapestry, admired for his intellect, questioned for his decisions, and haunted by the irreversible consequences of his role in creating atomic warfare. Enrico Fermi, the Italian physicist, whose mastery of both theory and experiment earned him the title Architect of the Nuclear Age, brought unparalleled rigor to the Manhattan Project's practical challenges. Born in Rome, Fermi's scientific prowess emerged early, with groundbreaking research on neutron behavior and beta decay setting him apart from his peers, while his work with slow neutrons laid the foundation for chain reactions essential to nuclear fission. Fleeing fascist Italy due to anti-Semitic laws, Fermi arrived in the United States with his wife and a sense of mission to contribute his expertise to the Allied war effort, while ensuring that such destructive technology never fell into tyrannical hands. At Chicago's Metallurgical Laboratory, he led the first controlled nuclear chain reaction, an achievement that transformed theoretical possibility into measurable reality and confirmed that an energy release of unprecedented magnitude could be harnessed. Fermi's methodical approach, attention to experimental detail, and calm under pressure inspired confidence among colleagues, even as the scale of the project demanded coordination across multiple sites and competing priorities. Though deeply committed to scientific advancement, Fermi remained guarded about political implications, focusing instead on perfecting reactor design and managing radioactive materials. His contributions extended beyond calculations. He mentored younger scientists, devised innovative testing protocols, and streamlined procedures that mitigated risk in the face of uncertainty. Even as the bomb's development accelerated, Fermi wrestled with concerns over its eventual use, voicing unease in private conversations while deferring to military leadership's strategic calculations. The weight of responsibility sat heavily on his shoulders as he straddled the line between intellectual curiosity and catastrophic potential, embodying the scientific conscience of the Manhattan Project. Leo Szilard, a Hungarian émigré and visionary thinker, personified the fusion of scientific brilliance and political activism, tirelessly warning of the bomb's ethical peril even as he contributed to its creation. Fleeing Europe in the wake of Nazi persecution, Szilard's early insights into nuclear chain reactions led him to advocate for government intervention before the weapon's potential became fully realized, urging President Roosevelt to initiate atomic research through the famous Einstein-Szilard letter. His involvement with the Manhattan Project stemmed from a sense of urgency, but his conscience remained conflicted, as he foresaw a future where nuclear arms could be wielded by authoritarian regimes or trigger global annihilation. At Los Alamos, Szilard's intellect complemented his activism, as he collaborated with peers on neutron cross-sections and reaction kinetics, while quietly advocating for diplomatic solutions and post-war arms control. He frequently clashed with military officials and fellow scientists who prioritized efficiency over ethical debate, emphasizing that scientific knowledge without moral restraint could doom humanity. Despite his warnings, wartime momentum left little room for dissent, and Szilard's cautious voice was often drowned out by the urgency of finalizing the bomb before Germany's defeat. His despair deepened when the project's trajectory shifted irreversibly toward immediate deployment against Japan, a decision he believed would compromise humanity's long-term survival. Even as his calculations proved indispensable, Szilard remained haunted by the implications of his work, distancing himself from public celebrations and expressing regret in private correspondence. His legacy became entwined with the tragedy of scientific foresight ignored, a testament to the peril of advancing technology without consensus on its responsible application. Szilard's life illustrates the scientist's burden, a mind brilliant enough to unlock unprecedented power, yet tormented by the knowledge of its consequences. Hans Bethe, a German-American physicist whose sharp intellect and affable demeanor made him one of the Manhattan Project's most respected figures, played a central role in turning nuclear equations into operational designs. Born into an academic family in Strasbourg, Bethe's early career spanned quantum mechanics and astrophysics, with research that unraveled the forces powering stars and deepened the understanding of nuclear structure. Forced to flee Nazi Germany due to his Jewish heritage and anti-fascist stance, Bethe found refuge in the United States, where he immersed himself in the Manhattan Project's complex challenges without abandoning his principled outlook. Serving as head of the theoretical division at Los Alamos, Bethe's work focused on solving critical issues like neutron multiplication, critical mass calculations, and the geometry necessary for efficient implosion designs. His approach balanced mathematical rigor with practical problem-solving, and he fostered a culture of collaboration, encouraging younger physicists to test hypotheses without fear of failure. Despite his relentless focus on technical accuracy, Bethe remained keenly aware of the project's broader implications, expressing both pride in scientific achievement and discomfort with the destruction it promised. His correspondence with colleagues reveals an internal struggle, how to reconcile professional duty with personal conviction, and how to support the war effort while privately questioning its ultimate price. Beether's calm leadership, tempered by moral reflection, provided a stabilizing presence in a lab dominated by anxiety, ambition, and fatigue. In later years, he would become an advocate for arms control, his early experiences shaping a lifelong commitment to preventing nuclear catastrophe. His legacy embodies the delicate balance between scientific excellence and ethical responsibility, making him a poignant figure in the narrative of the bomb's creation. Edward Teller, a Hungarian physicist with fierce ambition and visionary ideas, represented both the promise and peril of nuclear research, driven by a desire to push beyond fission toward thermonuclear possibilities. Arriving in the United States after escaping Europe's escalating fascism, Teller's intellectual pursuits were often overshadowed by his controversial reputation, an advocate for using atomic energy as a means of national power rather than mere deterrence. Within Los Alamos, Teller's contributions extended to theoretical calculations for bomb design, but his restless ambition led him to advocate for the development of a far more powerful hydrogen bomb long before the war's end. His proposals frequently met resistance from colleagues concerned about technological feasibility and ethical ramifications, deepening divisions within the scientific community and highlighting differing philosophies about the future of warfare. Teller's fervor was not without personal cost. His relationships with peers strained, and his dogged pursuit of advancement earned him admiration and resentment in equal measure. He rationalized his position as a necessary response to global threats, convinced that scientific innovation must remain unrestrained if civilization were to survive in an era of geopolitical volatility. Teller's internal debate over responsibility and power mirrors the broader conflict faced by many scientists in the Manhattan Project, as innovation and ideology collided in moments of extreme consequence. Despite his contentious role, Teller's theories laid the groundwork for post-war nuclear programs that reshaped global defense strategies. His story captures the scientist's struggle not only against technical limitations, but against the boundaries of conscience and collaboration. Teller's legacy stands as both a testament to human ingenuity and a cautionary tale of unchecked ambition. These scientists, united by intellect yet divided by philosophy, created a community forged in secrecy, uncertainty, and purpose, each contributing in ways that transcended their disciplines. They gathered in hastily constructed labs, worked long hours without certainty of success, and navigated a world where knowledge could destroy as easily as it could protect. Many wrestled with profound ethical dilemmas, torn between loyalty to country and concern for humanity's future, while personal sacrifices, estranged families, compromised health, and fractured friendships marked their journey. Political affiliations, religious beliefs, and national origins added layers of complexity, as governments sought expertise from across continents while enforcing rigid security protocols and surveillance. In quiet moments between experiments, scientists debated philosophy, religion, and the nature of human progress, searching for meaning in a task whose outcome could either end a war or unleash devastation unmatched in history. Their collaborations, often born of necessity, evolved into bonds that withstood pressure, fear, and the relentless demands of war, leaving behind a legacy of intellectual courage and moral inquiry. When the bomb was completed and deployed, their triumph was shadowed by grief and reflection as they faced the consequences of their achievements with unease and humility. These men and women, whose names became synonymous with nuclear science, exemplified both the brilliance and tragedy of the atomic age, their contributions forever entwined with the promise and peril of humanity's technological reach. Their story, told in whispers, letters, and guarded memories, illuminates the fragile intersection of science, ethics, and human will, a reminder that knowledge without wisdom can lead to catastrophe, and that the pursuit of discovery carries with it the weight of responsibility beyond imagination. The Manhattan Project, while a scientific marvel, operated under the constant threat of espionage, with an atmosphere of suspicion permeating its laboratories, corridors, and barracks. Klaus Fuchs, a brilliant German-born physicist, recruited by the British and later embedded within the project's inner circle, became one of the most infamous double agents in history, secretly transmitting critical atomic secrets to the Soviet Union. His calm demeanor, intellectual prowess, and trusted access made him nearly invisible to colleagues consumed by their work, allowing him to relay blueprints, equations, and reactor designs without raising alarm for years. Behind the scenes, the U.S. Army's Counterintelligence Corps intensified surveillance, vetting employees through exhaustive background checks and constant monitoring, yet paranoia often blurred the line between due diligence and distrust. Scientists like Oppenheimer and Fermi, focused on calculations and experiments, frequently found themselves navigating security interrogations and strict protocols, unsure whom they could trust, or what inadvertent leak might cost them. Meanwhile, Soviet intelligence networks meticulously cultivated sympathizers within scientific and academic circles, using ideology and personal conviction as tools of recruitment, exploiting the fear of fascism and the hope for global balance of power. Communication between allies was fractured, and wartime secrecy fostered a culture where dissent, debate, or ideological differences could be misinterpreted as betrayal, amplifying tensions between departments and nations. Despite these threats, the Manhattan Project's success depended on compartmentalization, dividing knowledge so that few individuals understood the whole picture, thereby limiting exposure, even if one part was compromised. Yet the revelation of espionage after the war's end shocked the world, revealing how the atomic arms race had begun not only through scientific collaboration, but through deception, ideological warfare, and personal duplicity. This chapter explores the shadowy world, where genius and paranoia collided, a realm where safeguarding knowledge became as critical as producing it, and trust was a currency perpetually under siege. Klaus Fuchs's recruitment stemmed from his deep-rooted commitment to anti-fascism, shaped by the political turmoil of 1930s Europe, where his opposition to Nazi tyranny aligned with the Soviet Union's stance against Hitler's aggression. Fuchs's access to the Los Alamos lab's sensitive information was facilitated by his role in theoretical physics, where he collaborated with key figures, analyzing neutron behavior and bomb design, placing him in the heart of the project's intellectual engine. His espionage activities involved passing meticulously detailed reports to Soviet contacts, using clandestine couriers and covert communication methods that evaded military scrutiny, while his coded transmissions ensured information remained indecipherable to unintended recipients. Despite growing counterintelligence measures, Fuchs's interactions appeared routine, attending meetings, sharing formulas, and engaging in scientific discourse, all actions that solidified his reputation as a dedicated researcher rather than a conspirator. The discovery of his betrayal years later sent shockwaves through the scientific community, prompting investigations into how one man's ideological convictions could undermine an entire national security effort. His confession, given after arrest, revealed how ideological fervor, rather than monetary greed, had driven him to risk everything, believing that sharing knowledge would ensure a balance of power between global superpowers. The consequences of his actions extended far beyond Los Alamos, accelerating the arms race and prompting governments to revise security protocols, while also leaving a lasting scar on the trust within scientific circles. Fuchs's story became a cautionary tale, illustrating how intellectual brilliance can be weaponized not only in the lab, but in matters of statecraft and espionage. The Manhattan Project, once a beacon of cooperation and innovation, now stood as a reminder of how secrecy and paranoia could be both shield and shackle, constraining progress and breeding suspicion. His legacy, complicated and controversial, encapsulates the tension between science, politics, and personal conscience, a shadow looming over every discovery that reshapes history. The broader espionage network extended well beyond Klaus Fuchs, encompassing couriers, informants, and scientists sympathetic to Soviet aims, many of whom operated under cover identities or within established academic institutions. Soviet intelligence, led by the infamous spy master Lavrenti Beria, orchestrated a methodical infiltration, exploiting wartime alliances and ideological leanings to harvest atomic secrets with astonishing efficiency. Couriers moved through diplomatic channels and coded correspondence, often exploiting gaps in wartime communication or forged documentation to maintain the flow of information between Los Alamos and Moscow's handlers. These networks didn't rely solely on force or bribery. They preyed upon intellectual curiosity, global solidarity, and the shared sense of urgency to defeat fascism, presenting espionage as a noble cause rather than treachery. Within Los Alamos, seemingly innocuous social interactions, late-night discussions, or casual note-sharing became potential gateways for leaks, with every conversation a calculated risk amid scientific camaraderie. The discovery of compromised data prompted military officials to reframe security as a layered defense, tightening access permissions, instituting compartmentalized briefings, and launching covert surveillance operations that scrutinized even the smallest indiscretions. Yet the necessity of secrecy clashed with the collaborative spirit required for groundbreaking research, creating a delicate balance between safeguarding information and fostering intellectual exchange. The relentless pace of atomic research only heightened this dilemma, as deadlines, resource constraints, and competing egos pressured scientists to communicate while simultaneously navigating rigid security protocols. These covert operations, hidden from public view for years, demonstrated that the atomic bomb's creation was as much a battle of wits and espionage as it was one of physics and engineering. Ultimately, the success of the Soviet nuclear program traced its roots back to this invisible war, underscoring how scientific achievement and international intrigue are inseparable in times of global conflict. The paranoia that enveloped the Manhattan Project was not unfounded, but it also bred an atmosphere of suspicion that strained relationships and compromised morale. Scientists who once thrived on free inquiry found themselves under the shadow of informants, security officers, and surveillance logs, with every access badge, locked door, and passphrase representing both protection and imprisonment. Daily routines were disrupted by security interviews, loyalty screenings, and the ever-present fear that colleagues, friends in the laboratory might be working for hostile forces. Even prominent figures such as Oppenheimer faced scrutiny, with his political associations and past sympathies fueling debates about his reliability, forcing him to defend his loyalty while shielding his team from invasive questioning. Researchers labored under the constant stress of knowing that an overlooked vulnerability could derail months of work or bring personal disgrace, while the constant threat of betrayal forced them to compartmentalize even the simplest tasks. Letters were censored, telephone calls monitored, and laboratory notes carefully cross-referenced, transforming everyday communication into an exercise in paranoia. Yet, paradoxically, this environment sharpened their focus, instilling a discipline that ensured protocols were followed with precision and care, as any lapse could compromise not only the project but national security. Fear permeated the project's culture, but so too did resilience, as scientists and officers alike developed coping mechanisms to manage stress without sacrificing efficiency or progress. The tension between vigilance and trust shaped the very fabric of Los Alamos, illustrating how security concerns can warp even the most noble pursuit of knowledge into a labyrinth of doubt and constraint. In the end, the project's ability to survive amidst this atmosphere of fear speaks to the determination of its participants, who persevered despite knowing that their own colleagues could, at any moment, become their undoing. Counterintelligence efforts escalated as security breaches came to light, prompting military authorities to invest heavily in surveillance technology, informant networks, and psychological profiling of personnel. The establishment of the Manhattan District Security Wing marked a turning point in how scientific research was conducted under wartime conditions, with operational secrecy becoming as critical as engineering breakthroughs. Advanced screening techniques, including polygraph-style interviews and background reinvestigations, sought to identify vulnerabilities before they could be exploited, while strict compartmentalization ensured that access to classified data remained tightly controlled. Investigators monitored mailrooms, library access, and laboratory meetings, cross-referencing attendance logs and physical security reports with personnel files to create detailed dossiers on each employee. Furthermore, loyalty oaths and political clearance protocols were enforced with rigor, as even the slightest hint of ideological association could trigger an internal review or forced separation from the project. These measures, though invasive, were rationalized as necessary sacrifices in the face of a global existential threat, where the consequences of a single leak could tip the balance of power between warring nations. Collaboration with allied intelligence agencies, including Britain's MI5 and MI6, strengthened counter-espionage capabilities, creating a web of coordinated efforts that extended across borders and oceans. Despite these precautions, espionage continued, a testament to the ingenuity and resolve of adversaries determined to breach even the most elaborate defenses. The paradox of security lay in its imperfection. Even the most sophisticated systems were vulnerable to human ambition and ideological conviction. The shadow of betrayal thus became an ever-present force, shaping not only the mechanics of the project, but the psyche of those who carried it forward. Secrecy protocols extended beyond physical security, reaching into the realms of communication, transportation, and scientific collaboration, where coded briefings and secure laboratories became the norm rather than the exception. Scientists often worked in isolation, provided with only the fragmentary data necessary to complete their specific tasks, and discouraged from asking questions that could expose vulnerabilities or threaten operational integrity. Messages were transmitted through encrypted channels, and sensitive research findings were stored in locked safes and guarded facilities, limiting exposure and ensuring that only vetted personnel could access them. Even social interactions were monitored. Lunchtime conversations and shared accommodations became opportunities for security officers to observe potential breaches in protocol or suspicious behavior. Security training sessions emphasized vigilance and discretion, instructing staff to report anomalies, unusual inquiries, or unauthorized access attempts without delay, instilling a culture of constant awareness. Yet these procedures also fostered isolation, as the collaborative spirit of scientific inquiry was suppressed in favor of a culture where suspicion trumped openness and trust was rationed in small calculated portions. The moral weight of these restrictions fell hardest on scientists whose dedication to discovery often conflicted with their imposed silence, forcing them to compartmentalize both their intellect and their conscience. The project's secrecy was further bolstered by strict transportation schedules, controlled air traffic, and limited external communication, ensuring that travel and information flow remained within secure corridors at all times. Even family visits were regulated, with personal letters screened for sensitive content and personal relationships strained by the omnipresent gaze of military intelligence. In this world of layered security, every gesture, every whispered conversation, every glance held the potential to compromise the mission, and yet, against all odds, the Manhattan Project advanced toward its historic culmination. The psychological toll of living under suspicion created a unique strain on the project's personnel, forcing many to suppress personal doubts and anxieties in service of a higher purpose. Scientists who once reveled in theoretical exploration now found themselves weighed down by the constant need to self-censor, lest a stray comment be misconstrued as subversive activity. Friendships formed and dissolved under the watchful eyes of security personnel, as colleagues wrestled with the fear that even casual remarks about politics or personal beliefs could be weaponized against them. Some, like Robert Oppenheimer, carried the burden of divided loyalty, reconciling their commitment to the war effort with an underlying distrust of the very apparatus built to protect it. Others found solace in discipline, immersing themselves in mathematical problems or reactor designs as a means of drowning out the ever-present anxiety that hung over their workspaces. Letters from family were treasured and scrutinized in equal measure, offering glimpses of comfort while reminding them that privacy had become a rare and fleeting luxury. Rumors of leaks and interrogations circulated like whispers in the corridors, intensifying fears and fueling speculation, even when official reports offered reassurances. Mental health issues, though rarely addressed at the time, silently spread among the ranks, as sleepless nights and heightened vigilance eroded resilience and camaraderie. Yet, despite this pressure, the collective will to see the project succeed overrode personal misgivings, as participants forged ahead with a sense of duty that transcended fear. In the crucible of secrecy, paranoia became both protector and prisoner, shaping the human experience at the heart of one of history's greatest scientific endeavors. Ultimately, the legacy of espionage and counterintelligence within the Manhattan Project transcends its immediate wartime context, casting a long shadow over subsequent developments in global security, science, and ethics. The revelation of spies like Klaus Fuchs, along with the subsequent hunt for collaborators, reshaped national security protocols and informed Cold War intelligence strategies, embedding distrust into the fabric of post-war geopolitics. Scientific collaboration became increasingly entangled with state oversight, as governments struggled to balance open inquiry with the imperative to shield sensitive information from adversarial powers. The moral questions raised by espionage, whether loyalty to ideology could supersede loyalty to nation, and whether scientific knowledge should be shared or guarded, continue to resonate in contemporary debates over cybersecurity, intellectual freedom, and international cooperation. The Manhattan Project's security measures, once considered extreme, set precedents for future research programs, where compartmentalization, surveillance, and classified briefings remain standard practice in protecting cutting-edge technology. At the same time, the personal stories of betrayal and resilience remind us that even in the most controlled environments, human frailty, ambition, and conviction cannot be wholly contained. The atomic age was born not only in laboratories and reactors, but in the hidden corridors where trust was questioned, ideals were tested, and the line between hero and traitor blurred. The shadow of espionage endures as a haunting reminder that scientific progress, when wedded to global conflict, becomes as much a battle of secrets and suspicion as of intellect and innovation. In reflecting on this chapter of history, we are compelled to ask how much of what we build is vulnerable to what we believe, and how vigilance, while necessary, can come at the cost of humanity itself. The story of security and betrayal at the heart of the Manhattan Project is a mirror held up to the complexities of human endeavor, illuminating the fragile balance between ambition, fear, and the pursuit of knowledge. At the heart of the Manhattan Project's success was a tightly woven military command structure that balanced scientific innovation with strategic oversight, ensuring that breakthroughs in nuclear physics translated into actionable military objectives. The project fell under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, with General Leslie R. Groves serving as its commanding officer, a man renowned for his unyielding discipline, logistical genius, and ability to navigate both bureaucratic red tape and scientific egos. Working alongside him were high-ranking officials such as Major General Kenneth Nichols, whose role in coordinating construction, procurement, and personnel deployment ensured that the sprawling project remained on schedule and within budget, despite its unprecedented complexity. Civilian leadership, too, played a critical role. Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson provided political backing and shielded the project from congressional interference, while President Roosevelt's initial authorization gave the effort the weight of national urgency and global responsibility. Scientific directors like J. Robert Oppenheimer operated in tandem with the military hierarchy, translating esoteric theoretical advances into designs that could be weaponized and deployed, often navigating tense debates over feasibility, safety, and timing. This collaboration required constant communication between laboratories at Oak Ridge, Hanford, and Los Alamos, with secure channels ensuring that breakthroughs in isotope separation, reactor operation, and detonation mechanics aligned with the military's operational planning. Military planners, ever aware of the geopolitical stakes, incorporated intelligence reports, supply chain analyses, and combat simulations into their decision-making, crafting contingency plans that accounted for sabotage, weather disruptions, and enemy interference. The hierarchical structure extended beyond the U.S. Army to include liaison officers coordinating with the British government, whose own nuclear research, code-named tube alloys, contributed critical knowledge and shared technological frameworks. Despite their vastly different training and worldviews, military commanders and scientific minds forged a partnership built on mutual respect and relentless focus, bound together by the knowledge that failure was not an option. The command structure, in this sense, was more than a chain of authority. It was the crucible in which one of the most transformative weapons in history was brought to life. General Groves, a career engineer turned military tactician, approached the Manhattan Project with a pragmatic mindset, imposing rigorous standards and uncompromising timelines that pushed every division to its limits. His firm grasp of logistics allowed him to orchestrate the movement of men and materials across thousands of miles, from the desolate plains of New Mexico to the river valleys of Washington state, where new reactors rose from the earth in record time. Groves's insistence on compartmentalization, often seen as draconian, stemmed from a belief that even accidental leaks or casual conversations could derail the project or invite disaster. He regularly clashed with scientists over matters of protocol and secrecy, but his authority and clear sense of mission earned him grudging admiration, as researchers came to recognize that his methods, however severe, safeguarded the very knowledge they sought to protect. The general's interactions with President Truman after Roosevelt's death further cemented his influence, as Groves became the principal military liaison responsible for conveying the bomb's progress, potential, and strategic necessity to the highest echelons of government. Working closely with Oppenheimer, Groves learned to appreciate the scientist's leadership and insight, often deferring to his judgment on technical matters while ensuring that security and supply lines remained airtight. Under Groves's command, tens of thousands of soldiers, engineers, and support staff labored around the clock, transforming cutting-edge research into tangible designs that could be manufactured and delivered in wartime. His leadership style, though at times abrasive, exemplified the military's ability to marshal resources at scale, balancing scientific ambition with the realities of war. In retrospect, Groves's stewardship ensured that the atomic bomb moved from theory to reality with an efficiency unmatched in military history, a testament to disciplined coordination and relentless oversight. The military command structure, personified by his leadership, became the backbone upon which every success of the Manhattan Project rested. Equally vital to the project's success was Major General Kenneth Nichols, whose role as Deputy Commander for Administration and Operations ensured that military logistics functioned seamlessly across multiple sites. Nichols' expertise in engineering and supply chain management complemented Groves's authoritative approach, allowing him to oversee the construction of vast facilities, from the electromagnetic separation plant at Oak Ridge to the plutonium extraction complex at Hanford. His ability to coordinate with private contractors, government agencies, and scientific teams transformed ambitious designs into operational plants, all while maintaining strict schedules and budgets that strained even the most resourceful teams. Nichols's frequent site visits, often accompanied by detailed reports and hands-on inspections, provided reassurance to scientists and military officials alike, demonstrating that leadership was not confined to distant offices, but present wherever problems emerged. He navigated political sensitivities, ensuring that local communities were placated, labor unions satisfied, and federal directives obeyed, forging cooperation where resistance might have derailed progress. Balancing the demands of wartime secrecy with the need for large-scale collaboration, Nichols created systems for data management, supply procurement, and personnel assignment that became models for future industrial projects. His meticulous record-keeping and clear directives helped streamline processes, reducing friction between laboratories and ensuring that breakthroughs were rapidly integrated into broader military planning. Nichols also acted as a bridge between the Army's rigid structure and the scientists' creative ethos, tempering the anxieties of discovery with the pragmatic concerns of implementation. His calm, methodical leadership style made him an indispensable figure, allowing the project's scientific ambitions to unfold within a framework of logistical certainty and disciplined oversight. In every facility under his supervision, Nichols's fingerprints were evident, a reminder that engineering the impossible required not only brilliance, but a steady hand guiding every bolt and beam. The coordination between military and scientific leadership extended to interactions with civilian authorities, whose political support shaped the project's legitimacy and scope. Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson played a pivotal role in safeguarding the Manhattan Project from political interference, advocating for discretion while simultaneously securing funding and congressional approval for its expansive scope. His strategic vision encompassed not only the weapon's immediate deployment, but also its long-term implications for global diplomacy, arms control, and post-war reconstruction, ensuring that military planners and scientists were aligned with broader national interests. Stimson's ability to navigate Washington's political landscape provided a shield behind which the project could operate with a degree of autonomy rare in peacetime initiatives, allowing decisions to be made swiftly and without bureaucratic entanglement. In addition to providing political cover, Stimson facilitated communication between President Roosevelt and military commanders, ensuring that key stakeholders remained informed while compartmentalizing sensitive details to prevent leaks or sabotage. The president's personal involvement, especially after the escalation of the war in Europe and the Pacific, underscored the atomic bomb's perceived necessity, transforming scientific progress into a national imperative. Roosevelt's authorization of the project, though motivated by fears of Nazi advancement, also demonstrated the government's willingness to invest unprecedented resources into cutting-edge technology with no guaranteed outcome. Civilian agencies, in turn, became integral partners, with economists analyzing supply chains, agricultural departments managing labor forces, and engineering firms adapting to the scale of wartime production. These collaborations blurred the lines between military command and civilian expertise, forging a network of interdependent relationships that ensured the Manhattan Project's resilience in the face of uncertainty. Together, these interactions created a unified front, one where scientific innovation, military necessity, and political will converged in pursuit of an objective that would reshape the world. Scientific leadership, though distinct in expertise, learned to adapt to military oversight without relinquishing intellectual independence, forging partnerships that would prove essential in translating theory into practice. Robert Oppenheimer, as scientific director at Los Alamos, frequently navigated the delicate balance between innovation and protocol, advocating for the autonomy of research while recognizing the strategic importance of military directives. His leadership style, characterized by inclusiveness and intellectual rigor, fostered collaboration among physicists, chemists, and engineers, creating an environment where complex problems were dissected and resolved with relentless focus. Oppenheimer's ability to distill the most abstract theoretical challenges into actionable research tasks allowed military commanders to better understand the scientific process, bridging gaps in communication that often hampered other wartime projects. The daily exchange of information between laboratories, facilitated through secure briefings and structured reporting, ensured that discoveries in nuclear chain reactions, detonation timing, and isotope separation were quickly integrated into military planning. Scientists, in turn, learned to appreciate the constraints of security protocols and supply limitations, adapting their research schedules and priorities to align with strategic requirements without compromising the integrity of their work. Conferences held under strict oversight became laboratories of innovation where breakthroughs were peer-reviewed, debated, and refined under the watchful eyes of both military and civilian supervisors. The relationship between Oppenheimer and Groves, though occasionally tense, exemplified how respect and shared purpose could transcend personal differences, enabling both camps to pursue their objectives with conviction. In this way, scientific leadership was neither subservient nor rebellious, but deeply integrated into the command structure, forming a dynamic interplay that drove the Manhattan Project's success. Their partnership demonstrated that in times of crisis, intellect and discipline must walk hand in hand, forging solutions that neither group could achieve alone. The integration of scientific research into military planning required a constant feedback loop, where advances in the laboratory informed strategic decision-making and military assessments shaped research priorities. Commanders relied on scientists to provide realistic estimates for bomb yield, delivery mechanisms, and failure rates, translating theoretical possibilities into battlefield contingencies. Scientific breakthroughs, such as the feasibility of plutonium implosion or the challenges of maintaining neutron flux, were weighed against military timelines and the availability of materials, resulting in iterative planning sessions where both camps negotiated scope and expectations. The military's insistence on redundancy and risk mitigation led to the development of multiple bomb designs, ensuring that setbacks at one stage would not derail the entire mission. Likewise, scientists were tasked with developing fail-safes and diagnostic protocols to reduce the chances of catastrophic malfunction during deployment, adding layers of complexity to already intricate designs. Military briefings were tailored to convey scientific data in actionable formats, transforming equations and graphs into delivery schedules, storage requirements, and transport contingencies. Decision-makers incorporated data from field tests, material assessments, and environmental reports, adjusting supply allocations and strategic priorities as the project evolved. This iterative exchange created a feedback loop that transcended formal reporting, with informal discussions and joint problem-solving sessions playing an equally critical role in ensuring progress. The interplay of minds and missions forged a resilient system capable of absorbing uncertainty and responding to challenges in real time, laying the groundwork for an unprecedented technological achievement. At its core, this integration underscored a profound truth that science without strategy is incomplete, and strategy without knowledge is blind. As the project neared its culmination, the military command structure's influence extended beyond technical development into the ethical and political realms, preparing for the profound implications of deploying a weapon of unprecedented destruction. Military leadership grappled with questions of necessity, proportionality, and post-war ramifications, engaging with scientists and policymakers to develop frameworks for how, when, and where the bomb might be used. Strategic planning included not only delivery methods, but also diplomatic outreach, intelligence gathering on enemy responses, and contingency protocols in the event of mission failure or unexpected political fallout. The specter of future warfare loomed large, with military planners aware that the successful deployment of atomic weapons would forever alter the calculus of global conflict and deterrence. Command structures were reorganized to accommodate the emerging field of nuclear strategy, with research units expanding their scope to include materials, science, radiation safety, and long-term environmental impact assessments. Military legal advisors examined the implications of deploying weapons of mass destruction, crafting justifications rooted in the perceived imperative to end the war swiftly and decisively. At the same time, moral debates echoed through the corridors of power, with scientists like Oppenheimer voicing concerns about the broader human cost, while military leaders stressed the urgency of defeating Axis powers at all costs. These conversations, often conducted in hushed tones, underscored the weight of responsibility borne by those at the helm, as they prepared to wield power unmatched in history. In these final stages, the military command structure evolved from an administrative framework into a moral crucible, shaping not only the outcome of the war, but the trajectory of modern civilization. The decisions made within this structure would reverberate for generations, etching their mark on the collective conscience of humanity. The morning of July 16th, 1945, dawned over the desolate expanse of the Jornada del Muerto Desert in New Mexico, a landscape both stark and unforgiving, chosen for its remoteness and secrecy. At the core of this arid tableau, a 100-foot steel tower had been erected to hold the implosion-type plutonium bomb, later nicknamed the Gadget. Its spherical core, a marvel of precision engineering and atomic ambition. Teams of scientists and military personnel scurried across the base camp, adjusting instruments, calibrating high-speed cameras, and double-checking seismic and radiological sensors, each aware that decades of research hinged on a single detonation. Weather monitoring became paramount. Even minor wind shifts could carry radioactive fallout toward unintended regions, prompting meteorologists to analyze temperature inversions, wind speeds, and cloud cover with obsessive attention. Observers, positioned in bunkers and trenches several miles away, peered through the lenses of telescopes and cameras, their eyes reflecting both scientific anticipation and an uneasy awareness of the unknown force they were about to witness. Robert Oppenheimer, flanked by key colleagues including Kenneth Bainbridge and Enrico Fermi, walked the line between exhilaration and dread, understanding that the success of the test would validate the Manhattan Project, but also signal the advent of a new terrifying era of warfare. Signals were synchronized, countdowns rehearsed, and communications tested in a symphony of precision, each step a rehearsal for a moment the world had never seen. The desert itself seemed to hold its breath, a vast empty amphitheater awaiting the eruption of fire and light that would rewrite the laws of power and physics. Soldiers, engineers, and scientists shared a quiet tension, aware that every safety precaution could never fully account for the bomb's unprecedented energy release. Across the barren landscape, the stage was set for history, with anticipation heavy as the final seconds ticked away. As the countdown approached zero, instruments began recording environmental baselines, capturing minute vibrations in the ground, electromagnetic fields, and atmospheric pressures that would provide crucial data after detonation. Every camera angle was pre-planned, from high-speed film capturing the bomb's flash to seismic gauges that would measure shockwave propagation across the desert. Observers wore protective goggles, though many admitted later that they barely shielded the eyes from the searing brightness that was about to erupt. Radio operators maintained constant communication with ground teams, ready to relay any anomalies or emergencies, aware that a malfunction could transform the desert into a deadly trap. Oppenheimer himself lingered near the observation bunker, his mind a whirl of calculations, moral questions, and scientific curiosity, recalling lines from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Tension in the air was almost tangible, a mixture of fear, awe, and the weight of collective responsibility, as if the entire planet's future teetered on the edge of a hairline fissure. Technicians whispered last-minute confirmations of timers, fuses, and detonators, ensuring that each component was correctly aligned to trigger the implosion sequence. Military officers reviewed contingency plans for fallout dispersion, evacuation routes, and emergency medical response, knowing that even with distance, no one was entirely safe. The desert's vast emptiness contrasted sharply with the density of human intellect, labor, and anxiety concentrated around a single towering device. At that moment, the boundaries between science, military strategy, and the unknown horrors of nuclear power seemed impossibly thin. When the countdown reached zero, the tower became a column of fire and incandescent light, brighter than the sun, radiating energy in a sphere that expanded with terrifying speed. A thunderous shockwave ripped across the desert, shaking the ground, rattling instruments, and sending dust clouds swirling hundreds of feet into the air, while observers felt the reverberation in their chests and stomachs. Cameras captured frames at thousands of images per second, revealing the rapid expansion of the fireball, the formation of a towering mushroom cloud, and the initial flash of energy that would forever define the atomic age. Scientists and military personnel reacted with a mixture of awe, elation, and apprehension, realizing that the theoretical had become catastrophic reality in an instant. Geiger counters and radiation sensors immediately recorded readings beyond any prior experiment, confirming that energy release, neutron flux, and thermal intensity had reached unprecedented levels. The desert horizon shimmered with heat waves, and the once barren landscape was transformed into a visual testament to human ingenuity, ambition, and the dangerous allure of ultimate power. Despite the exhilaration, many observers experienced a profound sense of unease, recognizing that humanity had unlocked a force that could not easily be contained or controlled. Oppenheimer, gazing at the sky, felt a mixture of triumph and moral weight, understanding that this demonstration marked both the culmination of a monumental scientific endeavor and the beginning of a terrifying new chapter in global warfare. The explosion's echo carried miles across the desert, a sonic reminder that the world had shifted irrevocably in less than a heartbeat. In the silence that followed, the enormity of the event settled upon all who witnessed it. The mushroom cloud rose tens of thousands of feet into the atmosphere, glowing orange and white, a kinetic monument to nuclear potential and the terrifying reality of atomic destruction. Its base radiated heat, capable of igniting nearby vegetation and scorching the desert floor, while the upper columns condensed vapor and dust into a swirling, almost living atmospheric sculpture. Ground instruments recorded the seismic impact, the blast radius, and the expansion speed, data that would inform subsequent bomb designs and targeting decisions for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Observers, initially cheering or exclaiming in astonishment, began to comprehend the destructive implications, a mixture of scientific curiosity giving way to sober reflection on the moral dimensions of their work. Military planners realized that the bomb's yield and efficiency exceeded their most optimistic predictions, reshaping calculations for invasion strategies and altering the projected timeline for ending the war. Engineers and physicists, though exhilarated by success, immediately began discussing refinements, safety measures, and the handling of plutonium, aware that operational deployment would present risks far beyond the controlled desert test. The desert itself, scorched and transformed, became a stark reminder of the power humanity could harness, both beautiful and deadly, a landscape forever marked by human ambition. Clouds of radioactive fallout drifted slowly, invisible to the naked eye, but recorded meticulously by scientists who understood the long-term consequences for both environment and health. In that moment, the fusion of science and military strategy had achieved a terrifying perfection, a culmination of years of secrecy, sacrifice, and unprecedented intellectual effort. The Trinity test, though brief in duration, left an indelible imprint on every observer and the course of history itself. Witness testimonies later captured the emotional and psychological impact of the detonation, from awestruck exclamations to quiet, contemplative dread. Some described the light as unbearably intense, like staring at a second sun, while others recounted the ground shaking as if the earth itself were rebelling. Fermi, ever the scientist, famously conducted a wager on the bomb's yield, using falling pieces of paper, highlighting both the curiosity and surreal absurdity of witnessing a new element of reality unfold before human eyes. Oppenheimer's own reflections carried a duality, pride in scientific achievement, and the heavy burden of realizing the devastation it could unleash upon human populations. Military officers grappled with the implications for strategy, understanding that such power could end wars, but also provoke moral outrage and geopolitical instability. Engineers and technicians, exhausted by months of intense labor, took note of what had gone right and what contingency measures might still fail in actual deployment. The desert, now quiet except for lingering heat waves and distant echoes, bore witness to both triumph and terror, a paradox reflected in every observer's face. Official reports circulated quickly, documenting not just yield and fireball dimensions, but atmospheric effects, radiation dispersion, and visual phenomenology for future reference. The Trinity test became the benchmark against which all subsequent nuclear developments would be measured, a scientific and military milestone of unparalleled significance. In the wake of the explosion, the world began its uneasy journey into the atomic age, forever altered by a single flash over the New Mexican desert. In the days following the test, scientists and military personnel meticulously analyzed every instrument reading, photographic frame, and sample collected from the blast site. The data informed improvements in bomb design, transport protocols, and detonation reliability, refining both plutonium implosion models and uranium-based weapon concepts. Fallout patterns, thermal dispersion, and blast radius measurements became critical for operational planning, shaping strategies for the deployment of Little Boy and Fat Man against Japan. Observers debated the long-term health effects, environmental consequences, and geopolitical implications, recognizing that the Trinity test was not merely an experiment but a pivot point in human history. Military planners revised invasion projections, casualty estimates, and timing calculations, now armed with empirical evidence of a weapon far more powerful than conventional explosives. Scientists including Oppenheimer and Bithey began formalizing reports, integrating lessons learned into manuals and operational guidelines, while continuing to wrestle with ethical dilemmas. The desert itself, scarred and shimmering with residual heat, stood as a permanent reminder of both human ingenuity and the terrifying potential of unrestrained power. The Trinity test became a symbol, simultaneously celebrated for technical mastery and feared for the destruction it portended. Communication between Oak Ridge, Hanford, and Los Alamos intensified as raw data flowed rapidly, ensuring that theoretical knowledge translated into actionable military planning. The human and technical orchestration behind the test underscored the meticulous care, coordination, and resolve necessary to achieve a historical first. Ultimately, the Trinity test revealed not only the physical magnitude of nuclear energy, but also its moral and psychological weight. The flash of light and accompanying thunderous shock left observers both exhilarated and profoundly uneasy, as the realization sank in that humanity now possessed a tool capable of instant, unparalleled destruction. Ethical debates erupted quietly among scientists, military leaders, and policymakers about whether the atomic bomb should be deployed against civilian populations or used as a deterrent to compel surrender. The desert became a liminal space, both laboratory and moral crucible, where the consequences of human ambition were measured in fire, radiation, and silence. Trinity confirmed that theoretical physics, industrial coordination, and military logistics could converge to achieve an unprecedented outcome, but also highlighted the ethical precipice on which humanity now balanced. Observers noted how a single event could compress the work of years, the sacrifice of thousands, and the hopes and fears of nations into an instantaneous, irreversible act. Discussions that followed the test were framed not only in scientific terms, but in questions of morality, law, and future international relations. The desert remained a silent witness, bearing the imprint of a decision whose ramifications would ripple across the globe. For all involved, the Trinity test was a moment of both triumph and foreboding, a glimpse into a future defined by both human genius and human vulnerability. In the echoing aftermath, every calculation, every preparation, and every moral choice became inseparable from the singular reality of the atomic age. The Trinity test's legacy extended far beyond its immediate technical success, influencing military planning, political decision-making, and public perception of nuclear power. Knowledge of the test reached the highest echelons of government, reinforcing the urgency of ending the Pacific War and shaping discussions around Japan's surrender. Scientists continued to analyze debris, isotopes, and blast patterns, refining the understanding of nuclear fission, chain reactions, and radiation effects. Military strategists integrated Trinity's empirical findings into bombing mission planning, delivery methods, and target prioritization, ensuring that operational decisions were grounded in measurable reality. News of the successful detonation, though initially classified, eventually seeped into public awareness, altering the perception of warfare and global power dynamics. Ethical considerations, already a concern for scientists like Oppenheimer and Szilard, gained new urgency as discussions shifted from laboratory theory to real-world application. The Trinity test became a symbol of human capability and a stark warning of the destructive potential now within reach, catalyzing both admiration and fear. It was an inflection point where human intellect intersected with technological might, forever altering the trajectory of history. Observers' diaries, photographs, and reports became historical artifacts, capturing not only data but the profound psychological impact of witnessing a world-altering event. In the desert of New Mexico, fire had written its signature across time, inaugurating the atomic age with a brilliance that dazzled, terrified, and forever transformed human understanding of power. The development of the two atomic bombs, Little Boy and Fat Man, represented distinct scientific approaches to harnessing nuclear energy, each born from necessity, innovation, and the constraints of wartime urgency. Little Boy, a uranium-235 gun-type design, relied on firing one subcritical mass into another to achieve a rapid, uncontrolled chain reaction, a method straightforward in principle, but requiring vast quantities of highly enriched uranium. The enrichment of uranium at Oak Ridge had been an enormous industrial feat, employing electromagnetic separation, gaseous diffusion, and thermal diffusion processes, each requiring monumental coordination and labor, often in secrecy and under intense pressure. Fat Man, conversely, used a plutonium implosion design, compressing a subcritical plutonium core with precisely shaped explosive lenses, a far more complex and technically demanding mechanism than the gun-type bomb. The implosion method addressed plutonium's higher spontaneous fission rate, a property that made the gun-type design unsuitable for plutonium, highlighting the intimate connection between nuclear physics and engineering solutions. Scientists debated endlessly over the reliability, yield, and risks of each design, aware that failure could waste months of work, endanger the mission, or result in catastrophic accidents even before deployment. Test explosions, instrumentation trials, and meticulous calculations guided decisions, but uncertainties remained, forcing researchers and military planners to weigh risk versus necessity at every stage. Assembly procedures were developed with painstaking attention to safety, given the unstable and radioactive materials involved, and extensive training was conducted to ensure that crews could handle, transport, and arm the bombs without error. Both bombs represented not only technological triumphs, but also the ethical weight of wielding unprecedented destructive power, decisions whose ramifications would be felt long after the war ended. The Manhattan Project teams, from physicists to engineers, balanced theoretical elegance with practical reality, ensuring that both designs could function reliably under operational conditions. By mid-1945, the world stood on the precipice of witnessing two fundamentally different expressions of atomic energy, each a testament to human ingenuity and hubris. The uranium gun-type bomb, Little Boy, required a precise mass of enriched uranium-235, each cylinder machined to exact tolerances to ensure smooth, rapid acceleration upon firing. The projectile would be fired down a gun barrel into a target mass, creating a supercritical assembly capable of initiating a massive chain reaction. Despite its conceptual simplicity, uranium's scarcity made every gram precious, driving intense security measures and meticulous accounting at every stage of production. Oak Ridge's enrichment facilities had consumed immense amounts of electricity, labor, and expertise, transforming a once theoretical idea into a tangible device ready for deployment. Engineering teams devised extensive safety interlocks to prevent premature detonation, including mechanical and electrical failsafes, understanding that a single misfire could be catastrophic. Transport logistics were carefully rehearsed, with specialized bomb casings and aircraft modifications ensuring that Little Boy could reach Japan intact and ready for use. Military planners debated the optimal altitude and detonation parameters, incorporating data from test experiments and theoretical yield projections to maximize destructive effect while minimizing exposure to friendly forces. Each step, from uranium handling to final assembly, was documented in obsessive detail, a reflection of the unprecedented stakes involved. The gun-type design's relative simplicity offered confidence in reliability, a crucial factor given the impossibility of a live plutonium test prior to deployment. Scientists and officers alike understood that Little Boy was not just a weapon, but a fulcrum upon which the conclusion of a global conflict might pivot. Fat Man, the plutonium implosion bomb, presented far greater technical challenges, demanding precision engineering, exact timing, and flawless coordination between explosive lenses and the plutonium core. Plutonium's propensity for spontaneous fission meant that conventional firing mechanisms could not safely achieve criticality, necessitating the sophisticated implosion method. Around the core, shaped explosives were meticulously designed to produce a perfectly symmetrical inward shockwave, compressing the plutonium to a supercritical state within microseconds. Scientists employed extensive computational modeling, test detonations with surrogate materials, and instrumentation trials to perfect lens design and timing sequences, a process that pushed the boundaries of mid-20th century engineering. The implosion method also demanded intense secrecy, as the complex configuration was vulnerable to espionage or accidental detonation if mishandled. Los Alamos engineers and technicians worked around the clock, measuring explosive velocities, detonator precision, and core uniformity, aware that even minor imperfections could result in catastrophic failure. Assembly procedures required extreme care, as plutonium was highly radioactive, chemically reactive, and difficult to handle safely, making each step a high-stakes operation. The Trinity test in July 1945 validated the implosion design, proving beyond doubt that the concept worked, providing both technical assurance and moral reckoning. Military strategists incorporated Trinity's results into planning, calculating optimal delivery methods, altitude and timing for the Fat Man mission over Nagasaki. In doing so, the implosion bomb became both a triumph of science and a harbinger of the moral complexities inherent in wielding such immense destructive power. Scientists and military officials debated the relative merits of the two bomb designs, balancing simplicity, yield, reliability, and production timelines. While Little Boy could be deployed without a full-scale test due to its straightforward mechanism, Fat Man had required empirical validation to ensure functionality under operational conditions. Ethical considerations intertwined with practical concerns, as the potential for civilian casualties, urban destruction, and long-term radiation effects weighed heavily on the minds of Manhattan Project leaders. Project managers had to coordinate uranium enrichment, plutonium production, explosive lens fabrication, and final assembly, synchronizing these processes across multiple sites, each operating under extreme secrecy. Security concerns dominated every discussion, as spies, saboteurs, and leaks could undermine the project, compromise strategic advantage, or provoke international panic. Logistics extended beyond the bombs themselves, encompassing specially modified aircraft, crew training, weather reconnaissance, and target selection to maximize effectiveness while minimizing friendly casualties. Communication between Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Hanford, and military command ensured that scientific breakthroughs were translated into actionable operational plans without delay. Every decision was imbued with the knowledge that the stakes were global, the outcome of the war, the shaping of post-war power dynamics, and the dawn of the nuclear age rested on meticulous execution. The Manhattan Project became a delicate dance of physics, engineering, and strategy, each component inseparable from the others. In choosing between uranium and plutonium, gun type and implosion, scientists and officers were literally deciding the fate of nations. Assembly teams at Tinian Island, where the bombs would ultimately be deployed, rehearsed handling, transport, and fusing procedures under strict supervision. Every movement of the bombs was choreographed, from loading into bomb bays to final arming before flight, with redundant safety measures designed to prevent accidental detonation. Crews underwent intensive training to familiarize themselves with timing sequences, electrical circuits, and emergency procedures, understanding that operational success demanded flawless execution. Weather, wind, and potential mechanical failure were incorporated into mission planning, as a single error could jeopardize the entire strategic objective. Little Boy was assigned to Hiroshima for its expected destructive yield and the city's industrial significance, while Fat Man was designated for Nagasaki, informed by Trinity test data and target analysis. Physicists and military leaders convened in constant consultation, ensuring that scientific principles aligned with military strategy and that contingency plans accounted for worst-case scenarios. Each bomb represented the culmination of years of research, massive industrial effort, and extraordinary human labor, an unprecedented fusion of intellect and logistics. Operational secrecy extended to all personnel, with only a small subset aware of the bomb's precise nature and readiness, heightening tension and moral weight. Communication with the Joint Chiefs of Staff was continuous, ensuring that each deployment decision reflected both strategic necessity and technical feasibility. In these final preparations, the Manhattan Project became both a scientific triumph and a moral crucible, poised on the threshold of history. The debate over bomb selection also engaged international advisors, scientific committees, and ethical councils, some advocating demonstration rather than immediate use on urban populations. Oppenheimer, Bush, Conant, and other leaders weighed the potential to save lives by ending the war swiftly against the catastrophic human cost of atomic detonations. Discussions considered alternative targets, psychological impact, and the geopolitical message to the Soviet Union, understanding that the first use of the bomb would define post-war dynamics. Simultaneously, practical constraints, the limited supply of fissile material, aircraft availability, and urgency to avoid further conventional casualties, drove decision-making toward immediate operational deployment. The Manhattan Project's internal memoranda reflect meticulous consideration of blast radius, thermal radiation, and fallout patterns, demonstrating an unprecedented integration of science and military planning. Ethical debates were often muted by the pressing demands of war, yet recorded reflections revealed deep unease among scientists, many of whom feared unleashing a power that could not be contained. In balancing technical feasibility, strategic necessity, and moral responsibility, leaders sought to navigate an impossible intersection of human intellect and human consequence. The dual bomb strategy, using both Little Boy and Fat Man, emerged as a compromise between certainty, destructive power, and operational readiness. Security, timing, and accuracy became inseparable considerations, ensuring that both bombs would function as intended when delivered. Every calculation, assembly procedure, and strategic discussion underscored the magnitude of the decisions at hand. By the summer of 1945, The Manhattan Project had transformed from a secret scientific endeavor into a pivotal instrument of global power, embodied in the two bombs ready for deployment. Little Boy and Fat Man were not merely weapons, they were symbols of human ingenuity, industrial coordination, and the sobering responsibility of knowledge applied to destruction. Teams across Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Hanford, and Tinian understood that decades of scientific labor, sacrifice, and secrecy had converged in these devices, poised to end one conflict and inaugurate another era. Observers recognized that each bomb represented not only a technical challenge met, but a moral question posed to every participant: could and should humanity wield such power? Contingency planning, operational rehearsal, and meticulous engineering reflected the unprecedented stakes of deployment, as every error could result in failure or catastrophe. Physicists debated post-war implications, even as bomb crews focused on immediate execution, a tension between long-term consequences and immediate strategic necessity. The selection and preparation of the bombs highlighted the intersection of science, military strategy, and ethical responsibility, an extraordinary convergence rarely seen in human history. Each detonation would be the culmination of years of theory, experimentation, and industrial labor, measured in yield, precision, and human impact. By choosing between uranium and plutonium, simplicity and complexity, reliability and innovation, the Manhattan Project bridged imagination and reality in ways that would shape the future forever. The world stood at the threshold of the nuclear age, each bomb a testament to human brilliance and a harbinger of consequences that would echo through generations. The chapter concludes by emphasizing that Little Boy and Fat Man were the apex of scientific problem-solving under extreme wartime pressure, yet inseparable from moral ambiguity and historical consequence. Their creation required unprecedented collaboration among physicists, engineers, military leaders, and industrial workers, each contributing expertise, labor, and judgment to a singular purpose. The contrasting designs, gun-type uranium and implosion plutonium, illustrate the diversity of scientific solutions developed under extreme constraints, reflecting both ingenuity and necessity. Ethical considerations, debated privately and publicly, underscored the awareness that these bombs would end lives on an unimaginable scale, yet potentially shorten the war and prevent further conventional casualties. Logistics, training, and secrecy ensured operational readiness, while maintaining control over a technology capable of global devastation. Each step, from enrichment and reactor production to assembly and deployment, required exacting precision, coordination, and foresight, as failure could negate months of effort or result in disaster. The Manhattan Project's leadership faced the dual burden of scientific triumph and moral responsibility, aware that history would judge both the outcome and the process. In preparing the bombs for use, humanity's capacity for creation and destruction was laid bare, a stark reminder of the power embedded in knowledge applied with purpose. The dual-bomb approach became the tangible embodiment of theoretical physics, industrial capability, and wartime strategy converging in reality. In choosing, assembling, and deploying Little Boy and Fat Man, the Manhattan Project not only ended one conflict, but also heralded a new epoch in human history, the nuclear age. The selection of atomic bomb targets involved meticulous planning, combining military necessity, scientific data, and political calculations. Hiroshima emerged as a primary candidate due to its military-industrial significance, serving as a hub for troop movements, factories, and supply depots, yet relatively untouched by previous conventional bombing campaigns. Target analysts considered the city's geography, noting the flat terrain which would maximize blast effects and minimize shielding by natural features. Urban density was also a factor, with concentration of population and infrastructure providing measurable criteria for assessing potential damage. Military advisors argued that striking a purely civilian area would undermine moral justification, while cities with combined military and industrial functions provided both strategic and psychological impact. Debates raged over whether to issue warnings, with some officials suggesting leaflets or radio announcements, hoping to reduce civilian casualties while still demonstrating destructive power. The need for operational surprise weighed heavily against warnings, as revealing the bomb's existence could compromise future effectiveness or encourage Japanese countermeasures. Scientific consultants, armed with data from Trinity, calculated expected blast radii, thermal effects, and fallout patterns, integrating theory with practical military planning. The combined input of physicists, generals, and political advisors created a tension between scientific accuracy, ethical consideration, and strategic objectives. In the end, Hiroshima was chosen as a balance of maximum impact, military relevance, and operational feasibility. Nagasaki was selected as a secondary target, chosen in part due to its industrial facilities and port infrastructure, yet also reflecting contingency planning in case Hiroshima failed to achieve the desired effect. Its valley geography complicated blast projections, yet also promised the potential for concentrated destruction if detonated at the optimal altitude. Intelligence reports provided detailed mapping of factories, military barracks, and transportation nodes, allowing planners to refine targeting coordinates with precision. Military strategists debated whether the city's topography would limit blast propagation or create destructive focusing effects, consulting engineers and physicists to resolve uncertainties. Political leadership considered Nagasaki's relative preservation from prior bombings, ensuring that the demonstration of atomic power would be visually and psychologically undeniable. Timing between strikes was also a factor, with operational planners calculating aircraft range, refueling, and potential enemy interception. Civilian warnings remained contentious, as issuing them risked compromising both secrecy and shock value, while ignoring them raised profound moral questions. Scientific input extended to thermal radiation, air pressure modeling, and expected casualties, feeding into the ultimate decision-making process. Logistical considerations, including airstrip availability and weather conditions, further influenced target selection, ensuring that mission success could be maximized. Ultimately, Nagasaki was designated as a backup and secondary site, ready to demonstrate the atomic bomb's overwhelming power if Hiroshima alone proved insufficient. Weather, visibility, and seasonal factors played critical roles in finalizing the targeting plan, as both military and scientific advisors knew that cloud cover or high winds could drastically reduce operational effectiveness. Meteorologists provided daily briefings, analyzing wind currents, humidity, and thermal inversions that might affect bomb trajectory and fallout distribution. Clear skies over Hiroshima and Nagasaki were preferred to ensure accurate photographic documentation and verification of blast outcomes. Planners also considered time of day to maximize psychological impact while minimizing potential interference with military air operations. Aircraft performance, including range, bomb load, and altitude stability, factored into the timing of the missions. Contingency routes were mapped, accounting for anti-aircraft fire, enemy fighters, and navigational hazards across the Japanese mainland. The Manhattan Project's scientific leadership emphasized that altitude of detonation was critical to achieving maximum blast effect and minimizing ground absorption. Calculations incorporated both the immediate explosive force and secondary thermal and shockwave effects across urban landscapes. The coordination between weather forecasting, scientific modeling, and operational planning exemplified the unprecedented integration of disciplines for a single, decisive military action. Ultimately, environmental conditions helped confirm the readiness and appropriateness of both Hiroshima and Nagasaki as targets. Ethical deliberations permeated all levels of target selection, as advisors weighed potential civilian casualties against the strategic imperative to end the war swiftly. Some military planners argued that demonstrating overwhelming power could prevent prolonged conventional fighting and save countless lives in a potential invasion of Japan. Scientists, including members of the Interim Committee, debated whether a non-lethal demonstration over an unpopulated area might compel surrender while avoiding mass civilian deaths. Political leaders considered the message that the bomb would send not only to Japan, but to the Soviet Union and the post-war global order. Concerns over morality were tempered by pragmatism, with urgency driving decisions amid ongoing conventional bombing campaigns and the specter of millions of projected casualties from a land invasion. The balance between surprise, effectiveness, and ethical restraint created intense internal debate, with minutes and memoranda reflecting deeply divided opinions. Some scientists felt personal unease at selecting urban centers, while military advisors emphasized operational necessity over ethical hesitation. The deliberations revealed the unprecedented moral weight carried by individuals in positions to determine the fate of entire cities. Ultimately, the decision-making process was a compromise between strategy, politics, and moral reasoning, reflecting both the power and the peril of atomic weaponry. The final selections were endorsed as the most feasible means of ending the war while asserting American technological dominance. Targeting committees relied on detailed aerial reconnaissance, compiling photographic intelligence to identify factories, transportation hubs, and population densities. Analysts mapped each city block, rail line, and industrial plant, cross-referencing them with projected bomb yields and blast radius simulations. Hiroshima's center was chosen for maximum structural damage and observable destruction, while surrounding districts were factored into casualty estimations. For Nagasaki, the topographical variation necessitated adjustments to detonation, altitude, and aiming points to account for hills and river valleys. Operational planners conducted wargaming exercises, simulating multiple approaches, abort scenarios, and damage projections for both cities. Coordination with the 509th Composite Group ensured that crews could navigate to precise coordinates, deliver the bombs with minimal deviation, and return safely. Intelligence updates were reviewed daily, including civilian movement patterns, air traffic, and potential last-minute enemy defenses. Scientific advisors recalibrated expected effects based on plutonium versus uranium yields, integrating data from Trinity tests and Oak Ridge production metrics. The precision with which these calculations were conducted demonstrated the meticulous nature of Manhattan project planning, blending science, intelligence, and military strategy. By integrating reconnaissance, modeling, and operational rehearsal, target selection became an intersection of multiple disciplines operating under unprecedented secrecy. The strategic debate also encompassed considerations of psychological impact, both domestically and internationally. Leaders sought to ensure that the bomb's first use would deliver not only tactical results, but also a broader message about the power of the atomic age. Hiroshima and Nagasaki represented targets that could demonstrate the bomb's effectiveness unmistakably, shaping both Japanese perception and Allied post-war bargaining positions. Decision-makers were aware that failure or inadequate impact could undermine credibility, extend the war, and complicate geopolitical negotiations. Conversely, the successful targeting and detonation would expedite Japan's surrender, potentially saving lives that might otherwise be lost in protracted combat. Scientific and military leaders debated the sequencing of attacks, timing between strikes and public relations implications, seeking optimal operational clarity and maximum strategic effect. The cities were also selected based on their logistical accessibility, proximity to air bases, and the ability to recover data through observation and photography. Every consideration from topography and population to political symbolism was weighed in exhaustive deliberation. The Manhattan Project's decision-making combined empirical analysis with strategic foresight, illustrating the unprecedented complexity of nuclear warfare planning. In this way, target selection was both a scientific exercise and a profound moral reckoning, reflecting the enormous responsibility borne by those who controlled the world's first nuclear weapons. In conclusion, the selection of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was the result of a multi-layered deliberation integrating military objectives, scientific calculations, political imperatives, and ethical debates. Each city was analyzed for industrial value, urban density, geographic suitability, and psychological effect, demonstrating the unprecedented level of precision applied to strategic bombing. Weather, timing, and operational logistics further influenced final decisions, ensuring that deployment would maximize both tactical and strategic outcomes. Ethical concerns, though voiced, were balanced against the urgent imperative to end the war swiftly and decisively. Reconnaissance, modeling, and scenario planning allowed decision-makers to anticipate the consequences of each strike with a degree of certainty previously unimaginable. The integration of diverse disciplines, from nuclear physics to military intelligence, epitomized the Manhattan Project's holistic approach to wartime problem-solving. By combining calculation, strategy, and moral consideration, the target selection process highlighted both the ingenuity and the gravity inherent in atomic warfare. These decisions would not only determine the fate of Japan, but also define the beginning of the nuclear age and the responsibilities that came with it. Ultimately, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen as the cities where science, strategy, and history converged with irreversible consequence. The deliberation underscored the weight of human judgment at the moment when technology outpaced precedent, shaping the course of the 20th century. From the earliest days of the Manhattan Project, scientists wrestled with profound ethical questions, often in quiet moments of reflection, far from the laboratory's hum of activity. Robert Oppenheimer, the project's scientific director, expressed both awe and unease at the immense destructive potential being harnessed, noting in private correspondence the existential implications of unleashing nuclear energy on human populations. Many physicists, including Leo Szilard and Joseph Rotblau, debated whether development should proceed at all, worried that the weapon might forever alter the morality of warfare. Letters circulated among scientists, some advocating for a warning demonstration over an uninhabited area to compel surrender without mass loss of life, while others accepted the inevitability of combat deployment as a grim necessity. Ethical deliberations were compounded by the war's urgency, with fear that Nazi Germany might develop similar weapons before the Allies could achieve readiness. These moral conflicts often played out in informal discussions over meals, late-night meetings, and confidential memoranda to military and political leaders. Scientists also grappled with the long-term consequences of radiation, recognizing that the bomb's effects would extend far beyond immediate destruction, causing lingering suffering for survivors and future generations. Philosophical debates touched on utilitarian arguments. Could a single act of unprecedented devastation save millions by ending the war sooner? Religious, cultural, and humanitarian perspectives were also considered, as many questioned the compatibility of science and conscience in wielding such ultimate power. Ultimately, these ethical dilemmas were not resolved by consensus, but rather by the interplay of urgency, hierarchy, and the weight of global conflict. The Frank Report, drafted by a committee of prominent scientists in June 1945, crystallized these ethical tensions, urging the US government to consider a non-lethal demonstration first. The report emphasized that detonating the bomb on a city could have profound moral and diplomatic repercussions, potentially undermining post-war stability and creating a precedent for future nuclear warfare. It also warned that public perception of using the weapon on civilians might erode global trust in American leadership, regardless of military outcome. Proponents of the report advocated displaying the bomb's destructive power over an unpopulated area, allowing Japanese authorities to witness the futility of continued resistance while avoiding mass death. Yet, military planners and political leaders weighed these recommendations against the desire for a decisive, shock-inducing strike to compel immediate surrender. The report sparked vigorous internal debate, with scientists lobbying, cautioning, and in some cases, threatening to resign rather than participate in a purely destructive mission. These ethical appeals highlighted the tension between scientific responsibility and military obedience, illustrating the moral burden borne by those creating the first weapon of mass destruction. While some physicists' names would later be lionized for technical achievements, the Frank Report underscored the enduring shadow of conscience over triumph. Letters and private conversations reveal a deep personal reckoning with questions of duty, consequence, and the very definition of ethical action in wartime. In essence, the report was an attempt to reconcile scientific ingenuity with the sanctity of human life. The question of civilian targeting was perhaps the most morally fraught issue faced by Manhattan Project scientists. Many feared that unleashing atomic fire on populated areas would irrevocably stain their professional and personal legacies. The distinction between combatant and non-combatant, once a cornerstone of just warfare, seemed obliterated by the bomb's indiscriminate power. Some scientists proposed demonstrating the bomb's energy on isolated terrain, observing the blast, and then negotiating terms of surrender with the Japanese government. Others, however, argued that demonstrating over an empty landscape might fail to compel immediate compliance, prolonging the war and leading to even greater casualties among soldiers and civilians alike. This debate highlighted a stark moral calculus, whether to prioritize the avoidance of immediate death or the potential prevention of future bloodshed. Ethical considerations extended to the choice of cities themselves, weighing historical, cultural, and humanitarian implications. Internal discussions acknowledged the psychological trauma that would accompany such an act, including the moral injury borne by aircrews and observers. Scientists contemplated their personal responsibility, asking whether technical expertise conferred a duty to resist orders they found morally objectionable. This chapter of history reveals the deeply human struggle at the intersection of morality, science, and military necessity. Oppenheimer's personal reflections reveal a constant negotiation between pride in scientific achievement and dread of its consequences. He frequently met with military officers, balancing technical guidance with cautions about the moral gravity of deployment. Diaries and letters document his sleepless nights and private confessions of fear that the world had crossed a threshold from which it could not return. Many team members similarly experienced anxiety, guilt, and philosophical questioning, reflecting a shared consciousness of the destructive potential in their hands. Debates within the scientific community also considered alternative timing, including postponement until Japan had been offered an opportunity to surrender. Proposals for neutral observation sites, controlled detonations, and international witness programs reflected an earnest desire to minimize unnecessary suffering while demonstrating capability. Yet these alternatives often collided with wartime urgency, fear of Soviet advancement, and pressure from political leadership to act decisively. Scientists struggled to reconcile patriotism and professional loyalty with moral responsibility, aware that any path forward would carry profound ethical consequences. Historical hindsight reveals that these internal debates, though overshadowed by operational events, shaped the discourse on nuclear ethics for generations. In every correspondence and meeting, the tension between humanistic concern and military expedience was palpable. The broader philosophical debate extended beyond the Manhattan Project to policymakers and diplomats. Truman and his advisors were briefed not only on technical readiness, but also on predicted civilian casualties and potential diplomatic fallout. Ethical advisors highlighted that the use of atomic weapons would redefine the nature of war, introducing moral dilemmas previously unimaginable. The possibility of setting a precedent for future conflicts weighed heavily on those making decisions, as the international community would scrutinize any action. Some scientists attempted to influence policy directly, leveraging letters, memos, and face-to-face consultations to advocate for restraint or demonstration. Others resigned themselves to following military orders while documenting ethical concerns for historical record. The tension between scientific insight and military strategy exemplified the unique position of physicists in the Manhattan Project, positioned at the fulcrum of human destruction and political necessity. Ethical discourse encompassed both immediate consequences and long-term implications, acknowledging that the legacy of decisions would resonate far beyond 1945. Discussions often invoked moral philosophy, international law, and humanitarian principles, framing the atomic decision as a test of collective conscience. Ultimately, the collision of science, ethics, and strategy formed a crucible in which the world's first nuclear decisions were forged. Even within the project's tight security, dissenting voices occasionally emerged, questioning the morality of complicity in mass death. Meetings and informal discussions reveal moments of tension, sometimes escalating into heated debates over whether withdrawal or protest was ethically justifiable. Scientists understood that disobedience could result in legal penalties, reputational damage, or accusations of treason, yet conscience weighed heavily against professional obligation. Some physicists, including Szilard, attempted to create formal petitions to the president, proposing alternative courses of action that might avert civilian casualties. These interventions underscore the seriousness with which ethical deliberation permeated the Manhattan Project's inner circle. The question of legacy, personal, national, and historical, drove intense reflection, shaping behavior, correspondence, and even technical decision-making. Scientists recognized that their work could catalyze a permanent shift in global power dynamics, obligating them to consider far-reaching consequences. Ethical tensions were heightened by the dual identity of the bomb as both a military instrument and a scientific marvel. In these moments, individual conscience and collective responsibility intersected, highlighting the moral weight carried by those who transformed theory into apocalypse. Decisions made in these debates would echo for decades, influencing arms control, policy, and the discourse on nuclear ethics. In retrospect, the ethical debates surrounding the atomic bomb reveal the extraordinary burden of technological power on human conscience. Every calculation, memorandum, and discussion carried the shadow of potential mass death, with scientists acutely aware of their role in history. The interplay of urgency, secrecy, scientific curiosity, and moral responsibility created a complex web of deliberation seldom paralleled in warfare. The question of whether to use the bomb, and if so how, became a crucible for examining human values under unprecedented circumstances. Letters, reports, and private reflections document the nuanced and often agonizing decision-making process, balancing strategic necessity against the preservation of life. These debates continue to inform contemporary discussions on weapons of mass destruction, international law, and scientific ethics. Manhattan Project scientists were uniquely positioned to witness the consequences of their work, often long before political decisions were publicly made. Their reflections remind us that technological advancement carries moral weight, and that ethical deliberation is inseparable from scientific responsibility. Ultimately, the chapter of ethical debate underscores the human dimension of atomic warfare, where intellect and conscience collide with the machinery of war. The legacy of these discussions resonates as a cautionary tale, illuminating the profound responsibility of wielding knowledge with destructive potential. The final weeks before deployment were a whirlwind of meticulous planning, technical adjustments, and high-stakes coordination that would determine whether the atomic bomb could be delivered safely and effectively. Aircrews assigned to the 509th Composite Group underwent exhaustive training, simulating conditions that ranged from precise high-altitude drops to rapid response under combat stress. Crews learned to handle mock bombs, practice bomb assembly, and coordinate with ground personnel, ensuring that every action followed a pre-scripted, flawless sequence. Security measures intensified, with every shipment, instruction, and flight plan treated as top-secret intelligence. Even the highest-ranking personnel were compartmentalized to limit exposure. The logistical complexity of moving fissile materials from Oak Ridge and Hanford to Tinian Island involved guarded convoys, reinforced shipping crates, and round-the-clock surveillance by military police. Bomb assembly teams worked in secure, climate-controlled areas, carefully piecing together sensitive components while adhering to protocols designed to prevent accidental detonation. Weather forecasting became a critical factor, with meteorologists providing precise predictions to minimize risk during takeoff, transit, and targeting runs over Japanese cities. Contingency plans were established for emergencies, mechanical failure, or unforeseen obstacles, reflecting an understanding that the margin for error was extraordinarily thin. Communication protocols were honed to the highest standard, ensuring that pilots, navigators, and mission control could respond instantly to evolving circumstances without revealing details to unauthorized personnel. Every procedure underscored the tension between operational readiness and the relentless imperative of secrecy, illustrating the enormous human and technical effort required to bring the project to its ultimate stage. Transportation of the bomb components required a level of coordination rarely seen in military history, involving both naval convoys and long-range bombers. Plutonium cores and uranium assemblies were transported separately, each under armed escort, to prevent accidents and espionage. On Tinian, specially modified B-29 bombers awaited final assembly, each aircraft equipped with unique rigging and release mechanisms tailored to the unprecedented weight and size of the atomic payloads. Ground crews practiced loading and unloading under simulated combat conditions, rehearsing movements down to the second to avoid delays or mishaps. Engineers continuously inspected each component for flaws, mindful that even minor defects could compromise detonation or safety. Parallel efforts ensured that fuel, munitions, and spare parts were stockpiled to maintain operational flexibility in the event of mechanical or meteorological complications. The island itself became a hive of activity, with security checkpoints, camouflage measures, and restricted zones restricting all but essential personnel. Every action was timed with precision, reflecting the extraordinary synchronization required to ensure both secrecy and effectiveness. Military intelligence monitored Japanese air and naval activity, anticipating possible interference, while internal sensors controlled all information leaving the island. The fusion of scientific ingenuity, logistical mastery, and military discipline created a tense, electrifying environment as the world's first atomic strike approached. Training the crews was an intricate balance of routine, simulation, and stress inoculation, designed to condition men for an entirely unprecedented mission. Pilots practiced long-distance navigation over water, bomb site calibration, and night operations to mimic conditions over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Bomb mechanics rehearsed assembly and arming sequences repeatedly, internalizing procedures so that muscle memory could override potential panic. The mission's secrecy meant that many crew members were unaware of the full nature of their cargo until the final weeks, creating a delicate tension between operational necessity and psychological preparedness. Psychologists and commanding officers monitored morale, ensuring that anxiety did not interfere with precision or judgment. Emergency drills simulated fire, mechanical failure, and accidental exposure to radioactive materials, reinforcing discipline under extreme conditions. Crews learned to coordinate with radar operators, weather reconnaissance teams, and communication staff, ensuring that timing, altitude, and release angles would converge perfectly. Rehearsals over uninhabited islands allowed the crews to experience realistic terrain, wind patterns, and visual cues without endangering civilians. Each exercise reinforced the unique gravity of the mission, the deployment of a weapon capable of unprecedented destruction. The psychological weight of responsibility was omnipresent, quietly shaping every maneuver and decision. Secrecy protocols dominated every phase of preparation, reflecting both fear of espionage and the unprecedented sensitivity of the weapon. Personnel were subject to strict compartmentalization, with information shared only on a need-to-know basis. Communications were encrypted, verbal orders minimized, and physical documentation heavily guarded or destroyed after use. Even high-ranking officers were often kept unaware of complete operational plans, reducing the risk of leaks or inadvertent disclosure. Surveillance teams monitored both personnel and perimeter activity around assembly and storage facilities, ensuring that no unauthorized observation could compromise the mission. Airspace around Tinian was strictly controlled, with radar and visual patrols to detect any potential intruders. Security drills and briefings emphasized discipline, alertness, and the critical importance of silence regarding mission specifics. All shipments of nuclear material were monitored continuously, tracked using both human and mechanical observation systems. Any breach of protocol was treated as a severe threat, potentially jeopardizing not only the mission but international strategic stability. The intersection of absolute secrecy and operational complexity created an environment of constant tension, reflecting the magnitude of the task at hand. The final assembly of the bombs required exacting technical skill, with engineers and physicists working under strict environmental controls. Temperature, humidity, and vibration were carefully managed to prevent structural or chemical instability in the uranium or plutonium cores. Detonation mechanisms were tested repeatedly using mock components, simulating the sequence of events milliseconds before expected explosion. Even minor errors could result in fizzle, misfire, or catastrophic accident, making precision both a moral and practical imperative. Crews worked in shifts, maintaining continuous oversight while mitigating fatigue, which could introduce dangerous errors. Security personnel restricted access to assembly zones, while specialized teams monitored radiation exposure, ensuring that health risks were minimized. Redundant safety systems were incorporated to prevent unintended detonation during transport or loading. The final weeks were a tense balance of efficiency, caution, and anticipation as the world's first operational atomic bombs neared completion. Every adjustment, inspection, and rehearsal reflected a convergence of science, engineering, and military discipline. The enormity of responsibility weighed on every individual, knowing that their meticulous preparation could determine life or death for tens of thousands. Coordination with broader military strategy required close liaison between the Manhattan Project team and high-level commanders in the Pacific Theater. Flight paths, refueling stations, and timing of attacks were synchronized with ongoing operations to avoid interference or exposure. Contingency planning accounted for weather, anti-aircraft defenses, and mechanical failure, with multiple alternate targets and routes considered. Communication lines between island bases, headquarters in Hawaii, and the Pentagon were maintained under strict secrecy, enabling rapid decision-making without leaking details. The integration of atomic bomb missions into conventional operations reflected both strategic necessity and careful orchestration. Briefings included not only technical specifications, but also psychological preparation for crews who might witness unprecedented destruction. The enormity of these preparations, both logistical and moral, reflected the unprecedented nature of the weapon itself. High Command understood that operational success depended as much on discipline and timing as on scientific innovation. Every flight, shipment, and rehearsal became part of a complex ballet of military engineering and human endurance. In this nexus of preparation, secrecy, and anticipation, the stage was set for the first use of atomic weapons in warfare. As the moment of deployment approached, a sense of anticipation and unease permeated the bases, laboratories, and airfields. Crews, scientists, and commanders alike felt the weight of history pressing on every action. Daily routines were dominated by meticulous checks, rehearsal flights, and final inspections, each reinforcing the enormity of the forthcoming mission. The island of Tinian became both a hub of activity and a crucible of anxiety, as personnel balanced operational focus with moral reflection. The broader world remained unaware of the precise nature of preparations, making every secrecy measure both necessary and suffocating. Engineers continued refining mechanisms, pilots memorized every contour of terrain, and commanders rehearsed orders down to the millisecond. Even minor environmental fluctuations, from wind speed to cloud cover, were analyzed for their potential impact on bomb delivery. The human element, discipline, endurance, and moral fortitude was tested as much as the machines themselves. Every individual played a crucial role in a mission whose consequences would reverberate across the globe. In these final preparations, the convergence of science, logistics, and moral responsibility reached its apex, setting the stage for history's most consequential act of war. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the city of Hiroshima awoke under clear skies, unaware that history was about to be rewritten in a single catastrophic moment. The Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber piloted by Colonel Paul Tibbets, released the uranium bomb known as Little Boy over the city center, a carefully calculated altitude maximizing both blast and thermal effects. In a fraction of a second, the bomb detonated with the energy equivalent of approximately 15,000 tons of TNT, producing a brilliant flash that vaporized structures and incinerated people within a mile radius. The initial blast leveled buildings, twisted steel, and sent a shockwave rippling outward, flattening entire neighborhoods and igniting fires that merged into a devastating firestorm. Radiation surged invisibly, penetrating walls and causing immediate sickness, burns, and cellular destruction, affecting survivors near the epicenter and extending its lethal reach across the city. Civilians and military personnel alike were caught in a whirlwind of heat, debris, and chaos, many perishing instantly, while others suffered agonizing injuries that medical teams were ill-equipped to treat. The psychological shock was immediate and profound. Survivors reported an otherworldly light, a deafening roar, and a sense of surreal unreality as their city transformed into an inferno. Hospitals, already overwhelmed, were destroyed, and water mains ruptured, complicating efforts to tend to the wounded or extinguish the spreading fires. Emergency personnel and civilians attempted to navigate a cityscape that had become unrecognizable, encountering unimaginable destruction and human suffering at every turn. The world had witnessed a new form of warfare, one in which human life and urban infrastructure were obliterated in a moment of unthinkable force. Within minutes, the extent of devastation became apparent, with entire districts flattened and tens of thousands of people killed instantly. Thermal radiation caused severe burns on exposed skin, often leaving grotesque patterns from clothing and objects acting as shields. The firestorm consumed wooden buildings and ignited fuel stores, spreading flames across Hiroshima in unpredictable and lethal directions. Many who survived the initial blast wandered through ruins, dazed and suffering from shock, encountering collapsed buildings, molten metal, and the cries of the dying. The intense heat caused paper, fabrics, and trees to ignite spontaneously, creating a surreal, hellish landscape that defied comprehension. Hospitals and clinics were destroyed or overwhelmed, leaving survivors with limited medical care, no supplies, and a desperate struggle to save lives amid chaos. Psychological trauma became immediately apparent. Survivors spoke of vertigo, panic, and an overwhelming sense of hopelessness as they searched for loved ones. The air was thick with smoke, dust, and radiation, an invisible killer that would claim additional lives in the following days. Even for those at a distance, eyes were damaged by the blinding flash, and many experienced nausea, vomiting, and disorientation from exposure. Hiroshima, once a bustling city, had been transformed into a landscape of death and fire, signaling a terrifying new chapter in human warfare. Radiation exposure extended the horror beyond immediate casualties, producing illness and death that unfolded in the days and weeks following the explosion. Acute radiation syndrome affected thousands, with symptoms including nausea, hair loss, bleeding, and immune system collapse. Medical personnel, themselves exposed, struggled to treat symptoms they had never encountered, improvising care under horrific conditions. The invisible threat of radiation created a lingering fear among survivors who were unaware of its long-term consequences, including cancer and genetic damage. Contaminated water, food, and debris contributed to widespread illness, compounding the already overwhelming humanitarian crisis. Pregnant women faced miscarriages or birth defects, while children suffered long-term developmental effects from exposure. The city's infrastructure, including electricity, water, and communications, had been obliterated, leaving residents isolated and desperate. The psychological impact of radiation, combined with the visible devastation, created a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Stories of miraculous survival emerged alongside accounts of sudden, horrific death, painting a complex and tragic human landscape. Hiroshima became a stark testament to the terrifying intersection of technology, strategy, and human vulnerability in modern warfare. Firestorms engulfed entire districts, feeding on debris and oxygen to create a self-perpetuating inferno. Temperatures at the epicenter reached tens of thousands of degrees, instantly vaporizing people and buildings, while surrounding areas experienced searing heat sufficient to ignite structures. Flames moved unpredictably through streets, propelled by wind and the upward rush of superheated air from the blast. Many residents attempted to flee, only to find escape routes blocked by debris, fire, or collapsed bridges. Water sources were scarce or contaminated, and attempts to douse the flames were largely futile. The firestorm continued to consume resources, creating a surreal and relentless force of destruction that compounded the initial blast. Survivors described it as a living entity, devouring everything in its path, indiscriminate in its lethal advance. Firefighters and emergency teams worked heroically, often succumbing to heat, smoke, or exhaustion. The merging of thermal radiation, blast, and fire created a unique, unprecedented type of devastation that redefined the limits of warfare. Hiroshima's firestorm became a symbol of the atomic age, demonstrating both technological prowess and moral ambiguity in the pursuit of military objectives. Amid the physical destruction, social and organizational collapse occurred with terrifying speed. Government offices, military command centers, and hospitals were obliterated, leaving no organized response for relief or governance. Survivors roamed the ruins, searching for family members or attempting to escape to less damaged areas, encountering chaos at every turn. Communication lines were severed, making coordination nearly impossible, while fires, radiation, and collapsing buildings compounded the dangers. Communities tried to self-organize, but the scale of destruction and ongoing fires made meaningful rescue efforts almost impossible. Corpses lay uncollected, contributing to the psychological toll and the spread of disease. The magnitude of civilian suffering created an enduring moral question about the conduct of war and the use of such destructive technology. Emergency shelters were scarce, and displaced populations faced hunger, exposure, and the threat of further injury. Rescue and aid operations began slowly, hampered by the sheer scale of devastation and the novelty of injuries caused by radiation. The human dimension of Hiroshima highlighted the intersection of military strategy, technological power, and the profound vulnerability of civilians in modern warfare. News of the bombing traveled slowly but with staggering impact, both within Japan and to the wider world. Messages transmitted by military and diplomatic channels described unprecedented destruction, sending shockwaves of fear and urgency through governments and populations alike. For Japanese leadership, Hiroshima represented both a strategic calamity and a psychological blow, prompting urgent deliberations about surrender. Internationally, the atomic explosion signaled a new era, demonstrating the capability of humans to wield unprecedented destructive power. Scientific and military observers attempted to comprehend the magnitude of energy released and the scope of long-term consequences. Survivors' testimonies would later document the personal horror, providing invaluable historical accounts of human suffering, resilience, and tragedy. The world's understanding of war shifted, as conventional bombing campaigns were now overshadowed by the specter of nuclear devastation. Hiroshima's devastation became a catalyst for post-war reflection, influencing diplomacy, ethics, and global security policies for decades to come. The bombing forced nations to confront the moral and strategic dimensions of wielding ultimate destructive power. In this moment, the atomic age was fully realized, with consequences that would reverberate far beyond the city's ruins. In the aftermath, medical teams struggled to manage the unprecedented scale and nature of injuries. Burns, broken bones, and trauma were compounded by radiation sickness, leaving doctors unable to respond effectively with the limited resources available. Hospitals were overwhelmed or destroyed, forcing makeshift treatment centers and improvisation under extreme conditions. The psychological toll on both patients and caregivers was profound, as they witnessed suffering unlike anything previously documented in human conflict. The combination of trauma, heat injury, and radiation exposure created a deadly cocktail that continued to claim lives long after the initial explosion. Victims described lingering pain, fatigue, and fear, often coupled with the loss of family and community. Social networks collapsed, making the provision of care and comfort all the more difficult. Relief efforts were hampered by logistical challenges and the sheer scale of devastation. Amid these struggles, stories of courage, resourcefulness, and human compassion emerged, highlighting resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. Hiroshima became both a symbol of destruction and a testament to the human capacity to endure the unimaginable. Hiroshima's experience would leave an indelible mark on history, shaping military strategy, ethical debates, and collective memory. Survivors' stories, photographs, and first-hand accounts preserved the human cost for future generations, emphasizing the scale of suffering caused by the atomic bomb. The city itself, reduced to ashes, became a living reminder of both technological achievement and moral catastrophe. International observers began to comprehend the implications of nuclear warfare, prompting strategic recalculations and discussions about the future of armed conflict. The psychological shock extended to military planners, scientists, and policymakers, forcing reflection on the intersection of scientific discovery and human ethics. Hiroshima became a symbol of both warning and accountability, illustrating the extreme consequences of unrestrained destructive power. Memorials, museums, and educational initiatives later documented the events, ensuring that the lessons of August 6 would not be forgotten. The atomic bomb forever altered the nature of war, diplomacy, and human consciousness, demonstrating that scientific innovation could produce both progress and unprecedented destruction. In the blazing morning of August 6, 1945, Hiroshima transformed from a bustling city into a testament to human vulnerability and the moral weight of technological power. On August 9, 1945, just 3 days after Hiroshima, the city of Nagasaki faced a second unprecedented atomic attack. The B-29 bomber boxcar, piloted by Major Charles Sweeney, carried the plutonium bomb known as Fat Man, a spherical implosion device designed for maximum destructive power. Initially, weather conditions obscured the primary target, Kokura, forcing a shift to Nagasaki, a city of industrial significance with shipyards, armament factories, and military supply depots. At 11:02 a.m., the bomb detonated approximately 1,650 feet above the Urakami Valley, releasing a blinding flash, an intense heat wave, and a massive shock wave that leveled buildings across the urban landscape. The topography of Nagasaki, nestled among steep hills and narrow valleys, both contained and channeled the blast, creating pockets of extreme devastation interspersed with partially spared zones. Tens of thousands of civilians, workers, and military personnel perished instantly, while others suffered severe burns, lacerations, and radiation-induced injuries. Fires ignited rapidly, consuming wooden structures and merging into a destructive firestorm that compounded the initial blast. Survivors described the surreal chaos, twisted metal, collapsing buildings, and the wails of the injured filling the smoke-choked streets. Emergency responders faced insurmountable challenges as hospitals were destroyed, water supplies cut off, and roads blocked by debris. The detonation's psychological impact was immediate, plunging the population into terror, disbelief, and overwhelming grief. The choice of Nagasaki as a secondary target was shaped by strategic calculations and wartime urgency. Military planners sought a city with industrial capacity, military significance, and limited prior damage from conventional bombings, ensuring the demonstration of atomic devastation would influence Japanese leadership. Weather conditions over Kokura had obscured visual confirmation for the bomb release, prompting the last-minute shift to Nagasaki, where skies were sufficiently clear. The timing was intended to maximize psychological shock and reinforce the perceived inevitability of further atomic strikes. Military and scientific advisors debated potential civilian warnings, but ultimately prioritized surprise and strategic impact. Nagasaki's geography amplified the bomb's destructive effects, with valleys channeling heat, blast waves, and debris. Buildings constructed of wood and reinforced concrete suffered catastrophic damage, leaving survivors trapped under rubble or exposed to flames. Fires erupted in factories, homes, and schools, consuming everything in their path, while molten metal and glass rained down from shattered windows. Radiation exposure added an invisible layer of mortality, affecting those near the epicenter and causing illness, burns, and long-term genetic consequences. The combination of immediate death, injury, and psychological terror created a level of devastation that rivaled Hiroshima, underscoring the bomb's unprecedented power. The aftermath of Nagasaki revealed the harrowing human cost of atomic warfare. Tens of thousands were killed immediately, while many more succumbed to injuries or radiation sickness in the ensuing days and weeks. Survivors endured burns, blindness, bleeding, and nausea, often with no medical care or infrastructure to treat them. Pregnant women miscarried or gave birth to children with severe congenital defects, highlighting the bomb's generational impact. Entire neighborhoods were obliterated, leaving survivors homeless and exposed to the elements. Fires continued to rage in some areas for hours, fueled by debris, wind, and ruptured gas lines. Emergency relief efforts were chaotic, as volunteers and surviving officials struggled to organize basic aid, food, and medical assistance. Psychological trauma manifested in shock, despair, and disorientation, as survivors navigated a city transformed into ruins almost instantly. Accounts of miraculous survival emerged, often juxtaposed with scenes of utter devastation and grief. Nagasaki became a stark testament to the human vulnerability exposed by nuclear weapons. The physical landscape of Nagasaki was forever altered. Hillsides that once cradled neighborhoods were scarred by fire, debris, and flattened buildings. Steel and concrete were twisted or melted, forming grotesque sculptures of destruction that bore witness to the bomb's intensity. Roads were rendered impassable, water systems destroyed, and communication lines severed, making coordinated rescue efforts nearly impossible. Factories critical to the Japanese war effort were obliterated, disrupting military logistics and industrial output. Rail lines and docks, essential for transportation, were crushed or engulfed in flames. Even terrain features, such as bridges and riverbanks, were reshaped by the combined force of heat, pressure, and falling debris. The ecological impact was immediate. Trees were scorched, soil irradiated, and waterways contaminated. The destruction created zones where no human life could survive for weeks, emphasizing the long-lasting environmental consequences. Urban planning and post-war reconstruction would later be shaped by the need to contend with such concentrated devastation. The landscape became both a physical and symbolic marker of the atomic era. Psychological and societal consequences were profound and immediate. Survivors faced not only physical injuries, but also grief, disorientation, and social disintegration. Families were fragmented, with many members killed or severely injured, leaving orphaned children and bereaved communities. Cultural and religious institutions were destroyed, erasing traditional gathering places and spiritual centers, further deepening trauma. Panic and fear spread to surrounding areas as news of the bombing reached other Japanese cities and communities. Rumors and uncertainty fueled anxiety about future strikes and the implications for national survival. Medical teams, often overwhelmed and under-equipped, worked tirelessly to stabilize the injured, improvising treatments and facilities in impossible conditions. Psychological trauma would persist long after physical wounds healed, manifesting in depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress symptoms among survivors. Nagasaki, like Hiroshima, became a focal point for reflection on the morality, strategy, and necessity of nuclear warfare. The city's destruction underscored the ethical and humanitarian consequences that would dominate post-war debates. The international response to Nagasaki was immediate and electrifying. News reports, diplomatic communications, and military dispatches conveyed the scale of the destruction, sending shockwaves through governments and populations worldwide. The bombings reinforced the perception of inevitable Allied dominance and the devastating power of nuclear technology. Japanese leadership, already shaken by Hiroshima, faced urgent deliberations about surrender, recognizing the catastrophic implications of continued resistance. Military analysts and scientists scrambled to assess the implications of a second successful atomic detonation on both strategy and diplomacy. The psychological impact on the global public was profound, introducing a new era of fear, awe, and ethical questioning. Reports of radiation sickness, firestorms, and urban obliteration began to circulate, raising urgent concerns about the limits of modern warfare. International leaders, scientists, and journalists debated both the necessity and morality of the atomic bomb's use. Nagasaki became a symbol of strategic calculation intertwined with human suffering on an unprecedented scale. Its destruction accelerated the conclusion of the war and reshaped global perceptions of military power. The long-term consequences of Nagasaki's bombing mirrored those of Hiroshima, though with unique aspects due to geography and timing. Survivors faced chronic health conditions, including cancers, immune deficiencies, and genetic effects. The psychological burden was compounded by the city's industrial and civilian identity, as many victims were workers rather than combatants. Reconstruction efforts required massive resources, careful urban planning, and extensive support for displaced populations. Memorials and survivor testimonies would later document the events, preserving personal and collective memory for future generations. Socio-political discourse grappled with the ethical implications, influencing post-war diplomacy, nuclear policy, and humanitarian law. Nagasaki's experience reinforced the urgent need for international frameworks to prevent the recurrence of such destruction. The city became both a site of remembrance and a cautionary emblem of the atomic age. Its suffering underscored the devastating intersection of military strategy, technological power, and civilian vulnerability. Nagasaki, like Hiroshima, would forever bear witness to humanity's first foray into nuclear devastation. By the close of August 1945, the twin atomic bombings had irrevocably altered the trajectory of World War II and global history. Japan faced surrender, realizing that conventional resistance could not withstand the magnitude of atomic destruction. The human cost, immediate deaths, injuries, radiation sickness, and psychological trauma was staggering, dwarfing the devastation of conventional bombings. Survivors, or hibakusha, carried lifelong scars, shaping post-war identity, memory, and advocacy for peace. Cities, infrastructures, and landscapes were transformed, creating lasting reminders of the destructive potential of scientific innovation harnessed for war. The bombings prompted urgent reflection on the ethics of total war, civilian targeting, and the responsibilities of scientists and governments. Internationally, leaders began to recognize the need for treaties, control mechanisms, and deterrent strategies in the nuclear age. Nagasaki's destruction became a central narrative in discussions of morality, strategy, and human resilience. Both cities symbolized the unprecedented convergence of technology, warfare, and ethical responsibility. The second atomic strike marked the culmination of the Manhattan Project's secret mission and the dawn of a new terrifying era in human history. In the wake of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan faced an unprecedented existential crisis, confronting the full destructive capacity of the atomic bomb. Military leaders, previously advocating continued resistance despite conventional defeats, were forced to reassess the feasibility of sustaining a war against the Allies. The devastation wrought on civilian populations, combined with the collapse of industrial centers and transportation networks, demonstrated that further combat would yield catastrophic losses with little strategic gain. Emperor Hirohito, traditionally a ceremonial figure, intervened decisively, advocating for surrender to prevent the annihilation of the Japanese people. Cabinet meetings became intense debates between hardline militarists and moderates, with the emperor ultimately asserting his authority in favor of capitulation. Political negotiations with Allied powers were influenced by the demand for unconditional surrender, yet Japanese officials sought assurances for the preservation of the imperial institution. Messages were sent via diplomatic intermediaries, signaling Japan's willingness to end hostilities while highlighting the devastating consequences of continued defiance. The nation grappled with the tension between honor, tradition, and the pragmatic need to survive in the face of overwhelming military force. The psychological weight of nuclear destruction catalyzed the surrender process, a factor that conventional warfare alone had failed to achieve. Japan's decision marked a pivotal moment in modern history, demonstrating the profound influence of nuclear technology on political and military outcomes. Allied leadership, including President Truman, Prime Minister Churchill, and General MacArthur, monitored Japan's internal deliberations with intense scrutiny. Intelligence reports and intercepted communications revealed the depth of Japanese disarray, the strain on civilian morale, and the shifting positions of military officials. The United States sought a swift resolution to avoid further casualties from a conventional invasion of the home islands, estimating potentially millions of Allied and Japanese deaths if Operation Downfall were executed. Coordination with Soviet allies was delicate, as they had entered the war against Japan in August 1945, further complicating negotiations and post-war planning. Allied commanders prepared occupation strategies, ensuring that surrender would be orderly and that control of military assets, cities, and industrial facilities could be established rapidly. The psychological impact of atomic devastation reinforced diplomatic leverage, allowing the Allies to insist upon terms while mitigating potential insurgent resistance. Military planners debated timing, ensuring that Japan's acceptance of surrender orders would coincide with Allied readiness to deploy forces. The blend of strategic patience, overwhelming force, and psychological influence underscored the complexity of concluding hostilities after years of brutal conflict. Political maneuvering, backed by clear demonstrations of technological supremacy, created a scenario where Japan's capitulation was both inevitable and strategically expedient. The stage was set for the formal end of the Second World War, an unprecedented conclusion shaped by the interplay of diplomacy, technology, and human suffering. Emperor Hirohito's historic radio broadcast, the dual voice address on August 15, 1945, conveyed Japan's surrender directly to the population. For the first time, ordinary citizens heard the emperor speak, acknowledging defeat while framing surrender as a necessary act to preserve the nation's continuity. His voice carried a solemn tone, blending authority with empathy, urging obedience and calm amid widespread devastation. Citizens across cities, villages, and remote regions experienced a mix of relief, disbelief, grief, and shame as the reality of defeat sank in. Military personnel, previously conditioned for unwavering resistance, were ordered to stand down, a directive that challenged ingrained notions of honor and sacrifice. The broadcast emphasized the unprecedented destructive power wielded against Hiroshima and Nagasaki, reinforcing the gravity of surrender and the futility of continued resistance. Religious and cultural leaders assisted in interpreting the announcement, offering solace and context to a population grappling with devastation. Communities attempted to reconcile pride, loss, and survival, navigating the immediate humanitarian crisis alongside political transition. The emperor's intervention was crucial, legitimizing surrender in the eyes of a society steeped in loyalty and martial ethos. Japan's broadcast of capitulation marked a turning point in both domestic morale and international perception, symbolizing the definitive end of hostilities. Allied occupation plans were implemented swiftly following Japan's surrender, led by General Douglas MacArthur as Supreme Commander for the Allied powers. Troops secured key cities, disarmed military units, and oversaw the demilitarization of industrial complexes critical to the war effort. Infrastructure damaged by years of conflict and nuclear attacks was assessed for repair and strategic reuse, ensuring stability during the transition to peace. Allied forces coordinated with Japanese officials to maintain order, distribute emergency aid, and restore essential services to a population facing hunger, disease, and displacement. Occupation policy emphasized both punitive measures for militarists and rehabilitation for civilians, balancing justice with the practical need to rebuild governance structures. The presence of Allied troops in urban and rural areas reassured citizens, while simultaneously signaling the complete subjugation of military authority. Psychological operations were employed to reinforce compliance, prevent insurgency, and communicate the rules of post-war governance. Economic stabilization initiatives, including rationing and currency reforms, addressed immediate survival needs while laying foundations for long-term recovery. Legal structures were established to try war criminals, prosecute violations of international law, and codify lessons learned from global conflict. The occupation highlighted the intricate interplay between military authority, civilian cooperation, and the reshaping of national identity in a post-war context. The surrender of Japan had profound geopolitical ramifications beyond the immediate conflict. The demonstration of atomic capability altered global power dynamics, initiating an era dominated by nuclear strategy and deterrence. Allied nations, particularly the United States, emerged with unprecedented military and technological dominance, influencing post-war reconstruction, treaties, and international institutions. Soviet engagement in Manchuria and Korea during the final days of the war set the stage for future Cold War divisions, as spheres of influence were rapidly delineated. Japan's capitulation served as a precedent for unconditional surrender as a mechanism to enforce post-war order, shaping subsequent approaches to conflict resolution and military occupation. The war's conclusion accelerated efforts to codify international law, protect civilian populations, and regulate emerging weapons technologies. Economic and political structures across Asia and the Pacific required realignment, integrating former colonies, occupied territories, and newly liberated states into shifting global networks. Diplomatic negotiations focused on security guarantees, reparations, and the reintegration of Japan into the international community. Lessons drawn from surrender negotiations informed both future conflict planning and post-war diplomacy, emphasizing the importance of strategic leverage, technology, and psychological influence. The end of hostilities in Japan thus reshaped the global balance of power and established patterns of governance and international law that would endure for decades. Within Japan, societal transformation began immediately following surrender. Demobilized soldiers returned to civilian life amidst widespread infrastructure collapse, economic instability, and social dislocation. Cities required rebuilding not only of structures, but also of trust, social cohesion, and governance institutions. Relief organizations, both domestic and international, facilitated the distribution of food, medical supplies, and shelter, addressing acute humanitarian needs. Civic leaders, educators, and cultural institutions played a crucial role in fostering resilience and promoting narratives of survival and renewal. Communities began to memorialize loss, establishing shrines, monuments, and oral histories to preserve the memory of wartime suffering. Political reform initiatives, guided by Allied oversight, introduced constitutional changes, democratization, and the disbanding of militarist institutions. Education and media campaigns sought to inculcate peace-oriented values, ensuring the lessons of total war were embedded in public consciousness. The domestic impact of surrender required sustained effort across multiple societal dimensions, blending practical recovery with cultural transformation. Japan's internal reconstruction underscored the resilience of its population and the complexities of transitioning from militarism to peaceful nationhood. The conclusion of World War II with Japan's surrender marked an unprecedented moment in human history. Nuclear weapons deployed for the first and only time in combat had demonstrated both strategic power and profound ethical dilemmas. The devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki catalyzed the end of hostilities, preventing what would have been a prolonged and bloody conventional invasion of the home islands. Globally, nations faced the stark reality of atomic warfare, compelling a re-evaluation of military doctrine, international law, and diplomatic negotiation. Japan's capitulation allowed for the rapid establishment of occupation governance, reconstruction programs, and societal reform. Survivors, military personnel, and civilians alike confronted physical, psychological, and moral legacies that would influence generations. The surrender underscored the human, technological, and political interplay that defines modern conflict. Commemorations, historical analyses, and survivor testimonies continue to shape understanding of these events, embedding them in collective memory. The end of World War II in the Pacific exemplified the intersection of strategy, morality, and human consequence on a global scale. Japan's surrender closed the final chapter of a conflict that had transformed the world forever. The conclusion of World War II and the unveiling of atomic power transformed international relations, thrusting the United States into a position of unprecedented military and technological supremacy. The Manhattan Project, once a secret scientific endeavor, became the foundation for global nuclear strategy, demonstrating that control over fissile material equated to geopolitical influence. Former allies and adversaries alike recognized the existential implications of nuclear weapons, sparking a race to acquire similar capabilities. Scientific communities worldwide were drawn into intense research, often under strict government oversight, to harness the atom for both military and civilian applications. The ethical and moral questions raised by the bomb's use permeated discussions in universities, government offices, and international forums, influencing policy and public opinion alike. The geopolitical landscape shifted dramatically as nations grappled with the balance between deterrence, diplomacy, and disarmament. Intelligence agencies expanded their nuclear espionage programs, seeking technological parity or superiority in a rapidly escalating arms competition. The Manhattan Project's legacy extended beyond science, embedding itself in the calculus of power and strategy that would define global relations for decades. Political leaders recognized that atomic capability was no longer merely a weapon but a tool of negotiation, coercion, and influence on the world stage. The dawn of the nuclear age forced humanity to confront the limits of warfare, technology, and moral responsibility in equal measure. The onset of the Cold War was inseparable from the atomic revelations of 1945, with the United States' monopoly over nuclear weapons provoking both fear and admiration among other powers. The Soviet Union, acutely aware of its own vulnerability, accelerated its own nuclear program, culminating in the successful detonation of a plutonium bomb in 1949. This technological parity marked the beginning of the arms race, where stockpiling weapons became a primary measure of national security. Policy strategists developed doctrines like deterrence and mutually assured destruction, framing nuclear arsenals as both a threat and a guarantee of survival. International diplomacy became heavily influenced by atomic considerations, as treaties, negotiations, and intelligence sharing were reshaped by the constant specter of nuclear annihilation. The United Nations and emerging security alliances sought to establish norms and oversight mechanisms to manage the unprecedented destructive potential of the atom. Scientific advisors and military planners continued to collaborate, designing delivery systems, warheads, and safety protocols to ensure readiness while minimizing accidental use. Nuclear technology also inspired civilian energy programs, illustrating the dual-use dilemma of atomic research. Nations understood that mastery of the atom conferred not only immediate military advantage, but long-term strategic leverage. The Cold War's tension, therefore, was inseparable from the lessons, innovations, and fears generated by the Manhattan Project. Atomic diplomacy profoundly influenced the early United Nations framework and post-war negotiations in Europe and Asia. The bombs demonstration in Japan forced global powers to reconsider territorial agreements, occupation policies, and spheres of influence in light of new military realities. Reconstruction programs in Europe, such as the Marshall Plan and the reshaping of Asian politics, were informed by the awareness that nuclear capability could redefine both aggression and deterrence. Nations aligned through treaties and alliances, including NATO and the Warsaw Pact, partially as a response to the perceived balance of atomic power. Nuclear intelligence, espionage, and counterintelligence became central to national security as countries sought to monitor, replicate, or sabotage foreign nuclear programs. The strategic value of uranium, plutonium, and fissile materials extended beyond national borders, transforming mineral-rich regions into sites of geopolitical interest and competition. Technological exchanges, scientific conferences, and covert operations blurred the lines between research, policy, and military strategy. The Manhattan Project's legacy thus embedded itself in both visible and hidden dimensions of post-war diplomacy. Nations realized that conventional warfare could no longer dominate strategic planning. Nuclear potential reshaped the very definition of power. The atomic age redefined sovereignty, deterrence, and the global order in ways that remain influential today. The scientific community faced both acclaim and scrutiny in the aftermath of the Manhattan Project. Many researchers, including Oppenheimer, Bethe, and Fermi, wrestled with the moral consequences of their work, navigating between pride in accomplishment and horror at the human toll. Advisory panels, such as the Atomic Energy Commission, were established to govern research, safety, and ethical considerations, creating a structured interface between science and policy. Academic institutions, think tanks, and governmental laboratories became sites for nuclear innovation, fusion research, and reactor design, balancing military necessity with civilian applications. Public fascination and anxiety regarding atomic energy influenced media, literature, and popular culture, embedding the notion of nuclear apocalypse into the collective consciousness. Debates erupted over secrecy, transparency, and the responsibility of scientists to guide policy beyond their laboratories. International scientific collaborations were complicated by espionage fears and national security concerns, fostering both rivalry and cautious cooperation. The Manhattan Project's scientific legacy was inseparable from the ethical debates it provoked, shaping norms for research, oversight, and international cooperation. Scientists became key stakeholders in national security, influencing both technological development and political strategy. Their work highlighted the inextricable link between intellectual achievement and its societal consequences in a nuclear age. Economic and industrial dimensions of the atomic legacy also shaped post-war reconstruction. Facilities like Oak Ridge, Hanford, and Los Alamos became symbols of industrial ingenuity, capable of mobilizing resources at unprecedented scale. The development, transport, and production of fissile material required logistical expertise, labor coordination, and immense financial investment, setting precedents for future large-scale scientific endeavors. Nations sought to replicate or surpass U.S. capabilities, catalyzing technological competition in energy, aerospace, and defense industries. Atomic energy inspired civilian applications, from power generation to medical isotopes, demonstrating the dual-use potential of nuclear science. Security considerations intertwined with economic planning, as production sites became strategic assets requiring protection, surveillance, and regulation. The industrial knowledge gained from the Manhattan Project contributed to broader advances in materials science, engineering, and project management. Post-war economies were thus shaped not only by traditional trade and reconstruction, but also by the imperatives of nuclear capability and innovation. Civilian and military sectors became increasingly intertwined, illustrating the fusion of technology, policy, and economic power. Investment in research infrastructure became a global priority, as nations recognized that atomic knowledge was both a tool and a symbol of influence. The Manhattan Project catalyzed an era where science and industry dictated national security, economic strategy, and geopolitical leverage. Public perception of nuclear power transformed societies worldwide. While awe and fascination accompanied the atomic age, fear and ethical concern were omnipresent. Governments undertook public education campaigns, often highlighting civil defense measures, evacuation planning, and radiation awareness, attempting to normalize the extraordinary threat. Media depictions, literature, and film reinforced the duality of nuclear power, a source of progress and a harbinger of annihilation. Citizens grappled with the moral implications of atomic warfare, the responsibilities of their governments, and the potential for existential destruction. Anti-nuclear movements emerged, advocating disarmament, transparency, and international treaties to prevent catastrophic conflict. The cultural memory of Hiroshima and Nagasaki served as a continual reminder of technological power, wielded without precedent or historical parallel. Schools, museums, and memorials became vehicles for education and remembrance, emphasizing peace and the ethical dimensions of science. Public discourse shaped policy debates, influencing arms control negotiations and global norms. The atomic legacy, therefore, was as much societal and cultural as it was scientific or military. Nuclear weapons also catalyzed changes in military doctrine, strategy, and alliances. Deterrence theory, strategic bombing policy, and rapid response planning became central to national defense, altering conventional assumptions about warfare. Command structures were reorganized to incorporate nuclear command and control systems, ensuring swift decision-making while minimizing accidental deployment. The threat of mutual destruction reframed military engagement, emphasizing negotiation, intelligence, and technological superiority over direct combat. Air forces, missile programs, and naval capabilities adapted to the nuclear paradigm, integrating delivery mechanisms, warhead design, and defensive measures. Training programs were established to prepare military personnel for survival, operational use, and crisis management in nuclear scenarios. Exercises, simulations, and contingency planning became routine, reflecting the centrality of atomic considerations in strategy. Nuclear doctrine influenced alliances like NATO and inspired arms control discussions, including treaties aimed at preventing proliferation. The Manhattan Project's outcomes thus reverberated across military planning, alliance politics, and global security structures. Warfare in the post-1945 era would forever be defined by the potential for instant, overwhelming nuclear destruction. Ultimately, the Manhattan Project reshaped the world for decades to come. Scientific achievement, military necessity, ethical debate, and geopolitical strategy converged to inaugurate the nuclear age. The atomic bomb was no longer just a weapon, but a symbol of technological capability, political leverage, and human responsibility. Nations entered a new era where diplomacy, intelligence, and technological innovation determined survival and influence. Nuclear proliferation, arms races, and Cold War tensions trace their origins to the unprecedented mobilization of science and industry during the war. Cultural, societal, and educational frameworks evolved to incorporate lessons of atomic warfare, emphasizing both fear and moral reflection. International law, treaties, and organizations sought to mitigate risks and promote accountability in the face of unprecedented destructive potential. The Manhattan Project's legacy, therefore, extended far beyond its immediate wartime context, shaping global strategy, scientific endeavor, and human consciousness alike. It became a defining chapter of the 20th century, marking the dawn of a new era where human ingenuity and ethical responsibility were inseparably linked. Every decision, discovery, and deployment from that moment forward carried the weight of potential annihilation, ensuring that the atomic age remained a pivotal force in world history. The morning of August 6, 1945, in Hiroshima, and 3 days later in Nagasaki, marked not only a turning point in warfare, but a profound human tragedy whose echoes would resonate for generations. Survivors or hibakusha endured unimaginable trauma, their bodies and minds scarred by the instantaneous devastation of atomic fire. Hospitals, already strained by conventional warfare, were overwhelmed by injuries that were unprecedented in scale and severity. Burns, shattered bones, and radiation sickness combined with shock and psychological trauma, creating a crisis that medical science struggled to comprehend. Children, often separated from parents in the chaos, suffered not only physical wounds but lifelong emotional scars. Relief efforts were improvised, with local doctors and nurses improvising care in devastated urban landscapes, sometimes using makeshift surgical theaters and scavenged medical supplies. Stories of extraordinary courage emerged as citizens assisted strangers, braving firestorms and radiation to save lives despite their own injuries. These first-hand accounts highlighted the fragility of human life against technological forces and underscored the moral weight of scientific advancement. Survivor narratives became essential to historical memory, providing testimony that statistics and military reports could never fully convey. Each story carried with it the haunting reality of how a single decision, made thousands of miles away, transformed countless lives in an instant. Long-term radiation effects added a silent dimension of suffering, manifesting in leukemia, cancers, and generational health consequences. Survivors described the invisible enemy within their own bodies, a lingering threat that defied immediate understanding or treatment. Prenatal exposure caused congenital disabilities, linking the atomic event to subsequent generations and illustrating the full scope of humanitarian impact. Social stigmatization compounded physical suffering, as hibakusha were often ostracized due to fears of contagion or genetic harm. Despite these challenges, communities organized support networks, hospitals, and advocacy groups to provide care, monitor health, and educate the public. The medical community, both domestic and international, began long-term studies on radiation, developing insights that would influence nuclear medicine, occupational safety, and disaster response protocols worldwide. Survivor testimony became a cornerstone of humanitarian reflection, bridging science, ethics, and social responsibility. Personal diaries, interviews, and public lectures allowed hibakusha to share their experiences, emphasizing empathy and ethical caution in scientific endeavor. Each account revealed not only the immediate horrors, but also the enduring challenges of coping with trauma and rebuilding lives. The human dimension of the atomic age demanded recognition alongside political and military analysis, reminding the world of the stakes of technological power. Medical infrastructure faced extraordinary strain in the aftermath, as doctors confronted conditions unlike any seen before. Radiation-induced burns differed fundamentally from conventional injuries, often deteriorating over days or weeks, confounding treatment protocols. Physicians improvised therapies, experimented with wound care, and documented outcomes, establishing foundational knowledge for radiological medicine. Nurses and volunteers labored tirelessly, navigating destroyed streets to reach the injured, often at great personal risk. Makeshift clinics sprouted in schools, temples, and surviving buildings, creating fragile but vital networks of care. International aid arrived sporadically, highlighting the limitations of global humanitarian coordination in the immediate post-attack period. Psychological trauma emerged as a parallel crisis, with survivors exhibiting post-traumatic stress, nightmares, and profound grief. The medical and psychological recovery of hibakusha became emblematic of resilience in the face of unprecedented catastrophe. These narratives emphasized the inextricable link between technological innovation and ethical responsibility in managing its human consequences. Doctors' journals and patient stories documented both suffering and ingenuity, preserving lessons for future generations. Personal stories revealed acts of courage, compassion, and resilience amid chaos. Citizens guided the injured through fire and debris, improvising stretchers from wooden doors and clothing. Communities organized temporary shelters, kitchens, and water distribution points. Despite pervasive destruction, children and the elderly became both victims and participants in rescue efforts, illustrating the indiscriminate nature of atomic devastation. Families were separated, yet neighbors and strangers often assumed surrogate roles, providing emotional and physical support. Survivors recounted moments of human connection that defied the horrors surrounding them, emphasizing solidarity as a lifeline in catastrophe. These accounts informed international understanding of humanitarian principles in wartime, influencing post-war relief policy and advocacy. They demonstrated that even amidst technological terror, human empathy and moral courage persisted. The stories of hibakusha became educational tools, highlighting the cost of conflict and the importance of ethical oversight in science. Such narratives ensured that the human dimension remained central to historical memory, beyond military and political analysis. The atomic bombings catalyzed international reflection on the responsibilities of scientists, governments, and society at large. Ethical debates intensified regarding the role of technological advancement in warfare, emphasizing prevention, restraint, and accountability. Public awareness of civilian suffering influenced policy, leading to conventions on non-combatant protection and nuclear regulation. Survivor testimonies fueled anti-nuclear movements, peace campaigns, and humanitarian advocacy worldwide. Educational programs integrated hibakusha narratives into curricula, teaching both history and the moral consequences of innovation. Memorials in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, designed in collaboration with survivors, offered spaces for remembrance, reflection, and reconciliation. Art, literature, and film captured the lived experience of atomic devastation, transforming individual stories into universal lessons. Governments began recognizing the necessity of disaster preparedness, public health planning, and ethical oversight in technological development. The human consequences of atomic warfare shaped international discourse on the limits of military power. Survivor voices became essential witnesses, ensuring that the lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki endured across generations. The psychological and cultural impact of the bombings was profound, influencing identity, memory, and collective consciousness. Hibakusha grappled with survivor guilt, existential questioning, and the societal burden of representing a traumatic event. Communities engaged in rituals of remembrance, oral history projects, and commemorative events to preserve collective memory. Literature and memoirs provided a medium for processing grief, trauma, and resilience, offering insight into the long-term effects of nuclear conflict. Children of survivors experienced both inherited trauma and societal stigma, highlighting the intergenerational dimensions of atomic exposure. Cultural expressions, poetry, visual art, and theatre conveyed the emotional weight of catastrophe in ways statistics never could. Survivors' participation in international forums fostered cross-cultural understanding and emphasized shared human vulnerability. The personal and collective narratives of hibakusha reinforced the ethical imperative to prevent future nuclear conflict. Memory became a tool for advocacy, education, and policy, ensuring that lived experience informed global decisions. These reflections illustrated that understanding atomic warfare required more than scientific knowledge. It demanded empathy, historical consciousness, and moral reckoning. In the decades following the bombings, survivor advocacy reshaped humanitarian and political discourse. Hibakusha lobbied for healthcare, legal recognition, and social support, confronting governments with the enduring human cost of their decisions. International organizations, inspired by these campaigns, incorporated lessons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki into disaster response planning and nuclear non-proliferation policy. Research into radiation medicine advanced, providing treatment for victims of later nuclear accidents, including Chernobyl and Fukushima. Educational programs emphasized peace, disarmament, and the ethical responsibilities of scientists and policymakers. Memorials and museums served dual purposes, honoring the dead and educating future generations on the consequences of atomic warfare. Survivor narratives humanized abstract concepts of war, turning global policy discussions into deeply personal moral considerations. The lived experiences of hibakusha highlighted the limitations of technology when divorced from humanity. These stories influenced legal frameworks, humanitarian norms, and ethical guidelines governing the use of science in conflict. They underscored that technological mastery must be accompanied by moral vigilance. The world's reckoning with atomic power was inseparable from the voices of those who endured it. Ultimately, the human stories of Hiroshima and Nagasaki defined the moral and ethical legacy of the Manhattan Project. The bombings demonstrated that scientific achievement, if applied without consideration for life, carries consequences far beyond immediate military objectives. Survivor testimonies provided irreplaceable insight into the physical, psychological, and social ramifications of atomic warfare. They reminded the world that behind statistics lie countless lives irrevocably altered or destroyed. These accounts shaped international consciousness, informing arms control, humanitarian law, and ethical standards for scientific research. Memory, memorialization, and education ensured that future generations could learn from the past, recognizing both the potential and the peril of technological innovation. The Hibakusha became ambassadors for peace, living witnesses to the costs of unrestrained power. Through their stories, the human dimension of the atomic age remains vividly present, compelling reflection, empathy, and ethical responsibility. Their voices echo across decades, bridging history and moral consciousness, science and humanity. The lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki endure, challenging every generation to reconcile ambition with accountability and innovation with compassion. The legacy of the Manhattan Project is a tapestry woven from both technological triumph and human tragedy, a reminder that scientific achievement carries profound moral responsibility. Across the globe, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki became emblematic of the dual-edged nature of innovation, the power to reshape warfare, and the capacity to inflict unparalleled human suffering. Memorials, museums, and educational initiatives preserve these lessons, providing tangible reminders of the stakes involved when human intellect is combined with destructive potential. Schools incorporate survivor testimonies, historical documentation, and ethical discussions into curricula, ensuring that students confront the human cost of technological advancement. Peace and disarmament organizations draw upon these histories to advocate for nuclear non-proliferation, emphasizing both the strategic risks and the ethical imperatives of global security. International treaties, including the Non-Proliferation Treaty and subsequent arms reduction agreements, bear the imprint of lessons learned from the first deployment of atomic weapons. These efforts underscore the critical importance of combining diplomacy, ethical foresight, and scientific responsibility to prevent future catastrophes. At the same time, historians and ethicists examine the Manhattan Project as a cautionary tale, exploring the tension between national security priorities and universal moral obligations. Scientific research today is guided by principles developed in response to these events, with codes of ethics in nuclear physics, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence, reflecting lessons first illuminated in the deserts of New Mexico. The Manhattan Project continues to inform not only what we can achieve, but what we must choose to restrain. The global response to the atomic age highlighted the urgent necessity of international cooperation, as nations grappled with the realization that nuclear technology could no longer remain a purely national endeavor. Diplomatic initiatives sought to manage proliferation, prevent accidental use, and encourage transparency between powers, laying the foundation for modern arms control frameworks. The United Nations, recognizing the existential threat posed by nuclear weapons, established platforms for negotiation, inspection, and conflict mediation that continue to shape international relations. Civil society, inspired by survivor testimonies, organized transnational advocacy campaigns calling attention to the human costs of atomic warfare. These movements demonstrated that memory and moral reflection can influence policy, turning lived experience into practical action for global security. Cultural engagement through literature, film, and visual arts amplified public understanding of nuclear consequences, bridging the gap between abstract strategy and human reality. Peace education programs emphasize empathy, historical literacy, and ethical decision-making, fostering a generation of informed citizens capable of contributing to policy discourse. Scientists, policymakers, and educators collaborate to ensure that the lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remain relevant amid evolving technological challenges. By institutionalizing these lessons, humanity aims to prevent the recurrence of a catastrophe that once reshaped the moral landscape of global conflict. The project's legacy thus extends far beyond its wartime context, influencing both policy and conscience in the modern era. Scientific research and technological innovation continue to be shaped by the ethical debates sparked by the Manhattan Project. In nuclear physics, researchers must navigate the balance between discovery and potential weaponization, a tension that echoes the choices faced by Oppenheimer, Fermi, and their colleagues. Advanced simulations, regulatory oversight, and peer review systems are designed not only to ensure accuracy, but to prevent misuse of knowledge. Interdisciplinary studies in ethics, history, and technology now accompany scientific training, emphasizing that intellectual achievement is inseparable from social responsibility. Bioethics, AI research, and emerging fields draw on the Manhattan Project as a case study in the consequences of unchecked technological advancement. Institutions worldwide have established review boards, safety protocols, and ethical committees that owe their existence to lessons learned from atomic research. The legacy of secrecy, security, and accountability continues to shape experimental design, publication practices, and international collaboration. Global scientific networks emphasize transparency and peer accountability as tools to prevent unilateral misuse of transformative technologies. The Manhattan Project's history underscores that the question is not simply what humanity can create, but how humanity chooses to use creation responsibly. Ethical vigilance remains as critical today as it was in the deserts of 1945. Memory and commemoration play a vital role in sustaining the lessons of the atomic age. Monuments in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, meticulously preserved ruins, and annual ceremonies serve as visual and emotional anchors for historical reflection. Survivor stories collected through oral history projects, documentaries, and written memoirs ensure that the human experience behind statistics remains vivid and accessible. Educational programs integrate these narratives into broader discussions on conflict resolution, peace building, and the ethics of science, creating multidimensional learning experiences. International collaborations facilitate exchanges between educators, students, and policymakers, promoting a global consciousness grounded in historical memory. Artistic interpretations, painting, literature, theatre, and film complement historical documentation, offering alternative lenses through which to grasp the moral gravity of nuclear weapons. These endeavors cultivate empathy, critical thinking, and moral awareness, bridging generations and cultural boundaries. Memory becomes a preventative mechanism, translating history into actionable foresight. By engaging with the past actively, societies strengthen their capacity to resist repeating catastrophic mistakes. The interplay between remembrance and policy demonstrates that collective memory is both a moral compass and a tool for shaping responsible global governance. Nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation efforts owe much to the Manhattan Project's ethical and strategic lessons. Treaties such as the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and ongoing negotiations on strategic arms reduction reflect the recognition that unchecked nuclear stockpiles pose existential threats. International inspection regimes, verification mechanisms, and cooperative security frameworks all trace their intellectual lineage to post-war analyses of atomic weaponry. Civil society continues to monitor compliance, advocate for transparency, and highlight humanitarian implications, Often using survivor testimonies as moral leverage, academic research informs policy, evaluating risk scenarios, technological safeguards, and crisis management strategies. Governments are increasingly held accountable not only for military capability, but for adherence to ethical and humanitarian principles. The specter of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remains a powerful reminder of the stakes involved in policy miscalculation. Training military and civilian leaders includes both strategic and ethical education to mitigate the risk of accidental or intentional nuclear catastrophe. The lessons of the Manhattan Project thus extend into governance, diplomacy, and international law, guiding decision-makers in an era of unprecedented destructive potential. Preventing the repetition of atomic devastation requires constant vigilance, moral clarity, and collaborative effort. The project's ethical legacy influences debates far beyond nuclear weapons, informing how society approaches transformative technologies. Artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and emerging energy sources all confront questions reminiscent of the Manhattan Project. What should be pursued? How should it be controlled? And who bears responsibility for potential harm? Institutions now embed ethical review processes, multidisciplinary consultation, and public accountability into scientific development, echoing lessons first illuminated in the 1940s. Policymakers and scientists draw on historical precedent to anticipate unintended consequences, prioritize safety, and communicate risks transparently. International forums foster dialogue on the moral and societal implications of technological advancement, ensuring that innovation serves humanity rather than imperils it. The Manhattan Project's history offers a cautionary tale illustrating both the promise and peril inherent in unprecedented scientific power. Ethical frameworks in contemporary research, from climate engineering to cyber technology, trace their conceptual roots to this experience. Education emphasizes that innovation must be coupled with reflection, foresight, and responsibility. These principles guide global discourse on technology, ensuring that ethical lessons remain relevant across contexts and generations. Humanity's approach to the future is forever informed by the moral dilemmas and experiences of the atomic age. Finally, the enduring message of the Manhattan Project lies in its fusion of scientific achievement and moral consequence. Memory, education, diplomacy, and advocacy converge to transform historical tragedy into a catalyst for peace, ethical reflection, and global cooperation. Survivor voices, memorials, and scholarly study collectively reinforce the imperative that human innovation must be tempered by conscience. Lessons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki resonate in every debate about the responsible use of knowledge, the ethics of power, and the duty to protect human life. By preserving history in both tangible and educational forms, societies maintain awareness of the stakes inherent in technological mastery. The Manhattan Project exemplifies how extraordinary ingenuity, if divorced from ethics, can yield unprecedented destruction. Its story encourages scientists, leaders, and citizens to confront moral responsibility directly, ensuring that knowledge serves the collective good. International collaboration, disarmament advocacy, and ethical research practices are living extensions of this legacy. Ultimately, the project reminds humanity that the future is shaped not solely by what we can do, but by what we choose to do, and that choice carries consequences that echo across decades. The atomic age, with all its promise and peril, continues to instruct, caution, and inspire.